Das 26. Automotive Forum der IHK findet auch in diesem Jahr
26th Automotive Forum is taking place in Zwickau, one of the most traditional automotive sites in Europe. I want to have an innovation competition, not political specifications. We want to save the emission of CO2. Electric drives will be continued to be improved. Great developments have been made. But we will also have to see CO2 neutral fuels in the future. There is no alternative to this.
Hier sprechen die Macher und Entscheider von OEMs, Zulieferern aus der Politik und der Wissenschaft über das, was wirklich zählt, im In- und Ausland.
It's a wide range of information, a wide range of experts, wide range of companies.
Wie lassen sich die Lieferketten wieder stabilisieren? Wie lassen sich Kostensteigerungen bei Energie und Logistik in den Griff bekommen?
Man soll die Wirtschaft nicht immer regulieren. Aber es gibt bestimmte Themen und Rahmenbedingungen, die müssen wir mit der Politik einfach besprechen und abklären.
Aber auch das Thema wie weiter Hochlauf E-Mobilität, was machen die synthetischen Kraftstoffe und alles überschlägt natürlich das Thema Digitalisierung.
Ja, die wichtigsten Trends, die setzen sich alleine hier in der Region dadurch, dass wir das Zentrum der Elektroautomobilität in Europa eigentlich sind. Zwickau, da schlägt gerade das Herz.
Ich denke, das wird noch spannend in der Automobilindustrie.
Antworten auf diese und viele andere Fragen gibt es beim 26. Automotive Forum der IHK. Seien Sie dabei, wenn sich die Branche in Zwickau trifft.
Unbezahlbar.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the doors are closing. This is an indication that we start this Congress Day. I would like to bid you a warm welcome to the Automotive Forum in Zwickau. After a nice evening that we had yesterday, those of who you were there, it was a really good occasion, many interesting talks. I hope my mic will still work, but at the moment it seems to be a bit difficult. There seems to be a kind of problem. I would like to welcome the President of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, Mr. Pförtner. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the second day of the Congress. Yesterday, I think we were able to say that we had a nice start at the AMZ Lounge. Thank you very much to Dirk Vogel, who organized everything very well in a very successful way, as always. And I can also say we had a nice gala dinner in the evening, And especially we enjoyed the many talks that we were able to have, so that we have good conditions and good for a very intensive discussion today. Once more, I would like to thank all those who were involved and contributed to the successful first day and the first evening. I do not want to miss congratulating Professor Peter Kirschberg and Ronald Gerszewski. They were honored with the honorary August Horch Prize. This was really close to our hearts to congratulate the two prize winners and to hand over the prize yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1997 we have been carrying out this congress in Saxony with a good participation rate. This is done by the Free State of Saxony, and for us the Chamber of Industry Commerce is something that we are very proud of, for very good discussions and also some kind of argument occasionally. Other than in the previous years, expectations or fulfillment of expectations will be a bit more difficult this year, because in our country we have very specific conditions. I would like to talk briefly about what is important now. Let's remember in 2020 we had the COVID crisis, and we were fortunate as the Chamber of Industry of Commerce in Chemnitz that we were just in a gap when the COVID measures were a bit loosened, that we were able to carry out our congress, and the same happened in 2021. Again, the consequences of COVID were still there, but they were also strengthened by supply bottlenecks and the collapse of supply chains. And in 2022, no one would have expected this. Last year, there is war in Europe, and following from this, not just from the war, but mainly from the war, we have an energy crisis, enormous cost increases in all areas of life of the economy, and due to the what a strange policy of the ECB, we have rising inflation. Counter to this, structural breaks are rare historic events. They are a kind of break in the entire development, and also they are disruption in comparison with everything that happened before and require a new start. The German economy has experienced many such breaks. Let's remember, and I'm saying this in particular to those who grew up in Eastern Germany, let's remember the fall of the wall in 1989, reunification process in Germany, and all their own personal experience with the break of all economic and personal conditions that we had to experience in this time. The Saxon automotive industry, in particular the many small and medium-sized companies, service providers, suppliers, they know what a structural break means and what kind of painful experience of transformation they had to suffer. What happened in the past few months since the beginning of the war in Ukraine in the world economy, and in particular in the German economy, is more than just a structural change. It is a break, a structural break. And here I agree with the Federal Chancellor. It is really a transformation in time. For the first time in the post-war history, we have a bottleneck in energy supply for the entire German economy. And this is really what hits the nerve of our life hour. In a highly developed industrial society that we have had in Germany for decades, since the end of war, and that we have built up in this period, all euphoric political dreams of the conversion of the economy and society in connection with climate change, were thrown overboard overnight, threatening scarcity of energy with regard to natural gas and electricity, prevented to full carry out the planned conversion of the economy away from coal and away from fossil fuels, and the total transformation towards climate-friendly CO2-free production processes and towards a sustainable production and mobility habits. And this has turned out an illusion, an option with the scarcity of electricity. If nothing else helps, companies will be taken off the energy supply. Shouldn't it be better to use all our own resources for electricity generation? And shouldn't it be imperative to put away all ideological dogmas? Ideology should not destroy our common sense. We have to rethink this. We need a policy of reason and of common sense. We require an energy policy without any ideological influence. The German economy requires a climate policy with all those involved. And what is especially important for me, to involve all the people that are affected by it. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the German automotive industry is the largest industry of the processing manufacturing industry, and in terms of revenue, it is the most important industry in Germany. The companies in the industry in 2021 had a revenue of more than 412 billion euros, with a number of employees of nearly 800,000 people. The question arises, does the German automotive industry have a future? I want to answer this with a clear yes. Technological innovation are the answer to the climate goals. Up to 2025, our industry will invest around 150 billion euros into future-oriented technologies. In the latest journal, Autoland Sachsen, I read, in this context, the goal is green, but the path towards this is multicolored. And this is what it should be. We have a future of electricity for our vehicles, our factory near Zwickau, the Volkswagen company. But there are many developments, not only in Germany, with regard to drives and fuels that are used. We will hear a lot of different developments, e-fuels, for instance, and Dr. Schmidt from the Chemnitzer Chemieanlagenbau will say a few words about this. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I still have so many remarks on my notes, but I will close here. I did not want to give you the time for joint discussion. Once more, I would like to welcome you to the town hall of the city of Zwickau. I would also like to welcome the discussion from Thailand, headed by His Excellence Ambassador Nawad. A warm welcome to you. I would also like to welcome, I don't know whether he is already here, Robert Janssen, the chairman of the board of Volkswagen Sachsen GmbH. We had an exchange yesterday on various topics, and it's interesting to talk with a direct representative of a manufacturer. And you all know, even with Volkswagen, there has been a turn in times with a change in the board. The CEO is new. I'm not unhappy about this, to be open in this respect. And now I said to my wife, now I can again buy a Volkswagen car. Once more, a warm welcome to Klaus Ernst, member of the Bundestag, a very experienced economist with strategic views. And Rudolf Scharping is also someone I would like to welcome here. do not know whether he's here already. Oh, yes, there he is on the right-hand side, seen from me. A warm welcome. You both were present yesterday and were much looked after as partners in discussions, and I think this will go on today. Ladies and gentlemen, in the automotive industry, as things normally happen, we have too few active women in Zwickau. This is different. In Zwickau, we have a female mayor, Constanze Arndt, and she will accompany us today and has always been with us over the years when she was mayor. 2 years ago, you had just been elected and had your first public presentation here on this Congress. This is something I will never forget. And now I would give you the floor. And ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very interesting and successful day. Thank you very much. Well, I now have to use glasses in order to be able to read. Mr. Dieter Pförtner, Ambassador, Mr. Ernst, Mr. Sharping, but above all, a warm welcome to all of you guests from all over the country and from abroad who work in this important industry here in this region, an industry that has characterized this region for decades, for more than 100 years. I'm very happy to be here in this citizen hall, in the town hall. This is really a citizens hall. It will be an open and transparent town hall that the society of the city can meet here, also on other topics, not just on urban policy. And that's why it fits very well, because automotive industry and supplier industries, this is a very important identity of this region. And when you go to different events, we have our Sachsen Classic, the Schwanen Classic, Horst Classic, and many different other meetings, Simpson meeting. You can feel that people here, they live automotive industry. And we have the Sachsenring race track. So automotive industry is something that is very important here, and that's a good thing. Under the impression of last night, but where we had great music and great prize winners, we were also under the impression of the current times, and everywhere you feel it. And again, it's a topic in our discussions. Also yesterday the question arose, do we have to organize such a meeting? Do we need such a gala dinner? Do you use floodlights, or maybe you save this energy? But I believe, although we have a lot of understanding that we have to be careful with our resources, this is something that we have to be aware of in this time. And we should be independent of whether energy is available in huge amounts or now when it is a bit scarce, and we have to be more careful. I still think it's important to meet, nevertheless, because for many years we have seen the challenge of structural change, and in the past we had to cope with a pandemic, and new challenges have been added to this. It's simply for me clear, you cannot go alone here. Nobody can and must bear this burden alone. And again, we have to shake hands, we have to provide advice to each other, we have to network, we have to get partners to develop innovation jointly, to support each other, and in particular in these times, find a common language. Problems have never been solved by simply complaining but by scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs. And all this is something I see here in front of me, and I'm proud of seeing this. When I go around in our region, and when I see how our universities again and again work in this direction and develop further and look for new courses for new, and so that the engine of the industry has new young people who can join in. When I meet people who are real entrepreneurs and try to find solutions every day and develop their companies further, also for the people in this region here. And we have all opportunities in this world. We have a lot of know-how, we have research and development, and the topic of mobility, no matter from where you come, will be an essential topic in the future, both with regard to individual mobility, but also with public transport. And therefore, I think it's good that you all have come here, whether actually present or just join us online. Use this opportunity, become aware of your strengths. Looking back, everything has not been so complicated after all. And this is why I would like to instigate courage. I think we live in a region which has met and coped with many challenges, and we will also manage this time together with you as partners. And for this, I would simply like to thank you, because we are fully aware of the fact where we get the basis for our living in the true sense of the word. And I'm happy that the spotlight, this at least once a year, is so bright and looks at this important industry in this region and makes Zwickau even more famous beyond the borders of this country. And we know that a lot of good things are happening here, and you all take along the positive emotions and also the nice pictures that you have of our pictures, either from the New World or mine. It's just raining, but our Hauptmarkt is also very nice, and the cars that we build are also not bad. And try to be guests of our city. I met someone who moved to Werdau, to a neighboring town, also quite good. You are also welcome here, and I'm always happy to welcome guests. And thank you for being able to join you here. Thank you very much. With this, we can go on.
So I've got a few technical remarks to start with. In part of this measure, you know the experience. People, as soon as I come up to the stage here, this is a sign to all of the speakers that, with a microphone. So please, all presenters, please keep to your allotted time, because you've got, if you need to remind that, please keep to those times. You'll find the latest program. So with Corona and everything, we can't ignore it. So there will be a few changes in the program. But the latest program is, you will be in the folders in front of you. 2 years ago, when I was here, I asked you to keep to the restrictions we had, because I didn't want to have to read the numbers to you. You didn't do that. You did that last time. So I hope you can beat it this time. So I think we'll jump right into everything now. And I think it's good that we start with an overview now about the current market, and who could do that better than the expert from the automotive team at PricewaterhouseCoopers. And so I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Steinberger from PwC. So I've got a screen, so welcome. My name is Thomas Steinberger. I'm a partner at PwC. So I've been looking at automobile industry for 20 years now, and more or less intensively. The last 15 years have been almost exclusively automobile. I'm head of the automotive section of Germany. And if you look at all that together, that you can see that you end up very quickly in the subcontracting industry. So everything that you're going to hear from me is looking through the subcontracting point of view, and that's where I'm most active, and that's where the transformation is most painful. And the transformation will continue there most intensively the next couple of years. So we'll start with this. So the Here There Be Dragon. This comes from the Middle Ages, when the characteristics, when people went through the countryside, they said what was behind the next mountain or behind the next river. Then they drew dragons onto the maps. And that's the idea that we have the automotive industry the last few years, the last 3-4 years. They didn't really know what was happening, what was coming down, what was down the road a bit, what was in the future in terms of the crisis. Deregulation was a problem, and there was also the transformation continued. So we're in a situation where the last 10 years of crisis, last 20 years, I don't think I need to recount them all to you. We think back to 9/11, the crisis afterwards, the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, Lehman, Fukushima, the last 3 years. So crisis is something that the automotive industry has always had to face and has always dealt with it. But what's come on top of that is the topic of transformation. And we're currently in the middle of a transformation. So we can show you here the last 3 numbers down at the bottom left. So around about 4 million vehicles have been not built because of the crisis. So, well, you could say, well, in the global context, 90 million vehicles plus minus, if 4 million is not that many, but it's not a recovery, but we're still in the middle of this, in the part of this depression. And in a time when demand was actually there, orders were there was a high level of demand. And this is on the right-hand side, you can see there will be a recovery. You can speculate about how strong it will be, 2023. The forecasting have just revised downwards, but there will be a recovery, we know that. But what will also be certain is that the gap between the overall production and ICE production will grow. The ICE production will drop over more than proportionally. And so looking over the next mountain, what we can see, we don't know for sure, but we can already see there's a certain general direction. And that's clear, very clear, that we can see here towards electrification and towards digitalization of vehicles. So you can see here a typical PwC with a lot of numbers. So I'll try to simplify it. On the left, the main markets, the battery market in gigawatt hours. The industry, what the industry forecasts. You can show the next 3-4 years, there will be a 5-fold increase. 2030, there will be a 10-fold increase. And by 2035, there will be a 20-fold increase in demand for energy and for charging possibilities. And what you can see is the production of vehicles, not the sales. I'll come back to that in a moment. We can see there's not a huge difference around the world. This curve, it's completely irrelevant whether it's if the curve's steep or a little weaker. But if there is this curve, we will see this massive change. The second point here is the semiconductors. Automotive semiconductors, they're being used more and more. Vehicles come from a 25 to 30% today, or in the past, and they were moving to a share of around about 50% and more over the next 5 to 7 years. So we will need significantly more chips. The investments are already being made, but it's going to take a little while until that production is ramped up. And we can see here, it won't stop because e-mobility and all autonomous technology, they require a lot of chips. So around twice as many chips go into electric cars into an ordinary car, a conventional car. So it's something that's not going to stop. And sales in the various markets will change. As you can see here, we've already seen it. If you look on the roads here, how many cars have an E on the back of the number plate here in Germany? Shows electric car. So if you saw one 2 years ago, it was very, very rare. But now in Munich, for example, there's an enormous amount of cars with these E registration plates. So the market is being flooded with these vehicles. We can see by 2030 in the main markets in China and Europe and USA. USA will be a little bit behind. There will be more vehicles, electrical vehicles, than ICE cars. I'm not talking about in existing vehicles will be ICE for a long time to come, but I'm talking about new vehicles. So there will be more and more new vehicles sold. So I've got a number of customers, clients in this sphere. One of them is facing with getting rid of the ICE by 2035. Others are reducing their productions enormous. I think that's very optimistic. Another client is planning much more aggressively. So 2037, 2032, we will grow no cars, no internal combustion engines. So we'll be moving in this area. I don't think we need to discuss that. There's no discussion. We will be moving in this direction. So what you can see from a geopolitical situation, you can see currently the pressure is to become energy independent here in Germany. The CO2 regulations, they're not being taken back, these regulations, so this pressure is being kept up despite the current situation. So the automobile industry has always faced this pressure, but it's changed. It's made huge changes with this cost rises in aluminium and steel and so on. That's not going to go away, and that leads to this kind of picture we can see here, that the street is forking from our point of view. So 2020-21, when we had COVID, we called it Stop the Bleeding. Everybody in the industry tried to save cash in order to survive. When the chip crisis came, it started the same way. Everybody reduced production, introduced short working hours, tried to save cash. But this, in the last year or so, this has broken down. We can see now the automobile manufacturers have now had much better. The manufacturers have done better figures than the suppliers. So 2015, 2019, the averages were, the subcontractors were better off than the OEMs. Now it's changed around. The shift of the profit pool is already happening. So on the extreme left, everything, the Googles, the Apples, everything comes from that gap. They have no problem at the moment. Most of the OEMs have no problem. They're doing very well, producing less numbers, less items, but they're doing well. So the large suppliers, Bosch and Contis and so on the right, they've got the problem. Their cost structures are worsening, but they're working on the same level with the OEMs. The classical subcontractors is becoming more and more difficult. So, and especially when it comes to powertrains. So the major problems here. So looking ahead, what's the business model? This is the energy intensive in the powertrain. This is energy intensive in the manufacturing and in the components. And these are subcontractors. They've earned 4% EBIT. And when you've got the gas price increases 3- or 4-fold, that's going to have a huge effect. So that's the part of the industry where we're going to see a lot of pain in this transformation process. Another major point, so I'm going to explain this very quickly. This has got all of the suppliers worldwide. We put onto one slide. On the right axis on the right-hand side is the research and development quota. So on the left, the results. On the right-hand side, in this top group, a lot of German companies. So you can see there's a huge bet on the future. So research and development costs for the last 5 years. So the numbers that are currently. So you can see the German subcontracting industry is leading. They're investing a lot. And and this is the but, and this is why it's a little bit of a bet. If you look at the black numbers, Germany on the results, and it's the same, so 2017 to 2021, 4.4 is Germany, US 5%, Asia 5.8, and 7.3. This so far, this bet has not paid off yet. Although there's been a lot of investment, we haven't yet seen the above average earnings. And that's something that, if looking ahead, these players are leading the transformation, but the profitability is below average in the international comparison. It's actually sunk a little bit. COVID was a global phenomenon. The question is, and this is particularly for the small and medium-sized companies, perhaps more important for them than for large companies, will this topic, investing in the future, will it pay off? Will I have a business model that works? And that's something that we want to look at very carefully. And that's when, if we're looking at the cost structures today, cost structures of suppliers, then we talk about passing on costs to OEMs and then to the final, to the consumer. So this is something that, if I come back to this dragons at the beginning, this is a corner that we don't know how it's going to develop. We can only look at the last 5 years. A lot of money has gone into it, but will it come out? Will there be a return on that investment? Will this leading position be sustained? So that's really a question that's still open. If we look at the transformation itself, then we have 6 areas that we focused on. So where the future will take place: charging infrastructure, batteries, cars, vehicles themselves, manufacturing, mobility services and finance. We'll hear a little bit about that later. Software and data, and components. This is the major difference from automobile industry, the future, towards automobile industry up till now. These are the major areas. Software works very differently to components, and mobility service and finance are very different than, for example, charging infrastructure. So if you're a company involved in that, then you have to focus on the fields you want to play on. So for a few, we can recognize them quite easily because they're explosive growth. So battery business, we forecast from around 56 billion to around 100 billion to almost 200 billion in 2035. So that's, if you look at a simple version, the largest component of a BMW is, in the future, is going to be the automatic gearbox. It's almost in 3/4 of every car. This automatic car, in 5 years, if this transformation curve comes, the automatic transmission will not be important, because with batteries you don't need it. So you're going to see a huge change, a huge transformation within the vehicle manufacturing. With software, it's almost a more extreme example. So we're talking about a market 2030, $480 billion worth of software in a vehicle. Around about 60% of the value add are in the vehicles. So it seems very extreme, but we're talking about robo-taxis, relatively simple vehicles, but with actually a supercomputer on wheels. These topics, they're going to have a huge proportion of software, 83% growth in development costs. So and software increase of around about 300%. So my vehicle had a lot of apps and buttons that I don't know what they do, but the use in Europe is still relatively these online services. So apart from just a sat nav or entertainment, these things are still, you can get an idea of it. Asia is much further advanced than we are in Europe. And the generation that comes after me, my children, see the vehicle differently. So we have to be careful not to look at it from our own position point of view. So the vehicle used for other services with electronics, with the internet, it's in the future, it's definite. And we're not talking about updates every 3 or 7 years. We're talking about every 3 months of software updates. So there's going to be a lot of changes there. The last point from me is the classic component suppliers. What do we think is important for them? And it's transparency. The fluctuation in demand in products is going to increase, it's going to become more frequent, it's going to become quicker. And we can already see in the last months how important it is, how difficult it is for suppliers, for their costs, how they can quantify these costs and represent those costs. I can say, yes, gas has become 200% more expensive, but what does that mean for what customers do I produce customers? What is the percentage, what's the share of the gas production in those production prices? Per customer, to break that down, per customer, per product, per production unit. So that's something that's going to be in the future. It's going to change a lot. My time has run out, so I've had to gone through it very, very quickly through the transformation. Thank you for your listening. Mr. Steinberger, thank you.
Noch eine Frage im noch die Fragenkarten auf dem.
Okay, so we have a question. So please, we didn't mention them. There was a question. Is there a question in the room? No, there isn't. So Mr. Steinberger, thank you very much. So you've been very informative.
Ich gebe zu.
Now, I admit that I was worried in between that the chair is becoming a danger for you. Let's try it like this. At this place, we go into the next step. Now we heard about transformation. Now it has to be implemented also in the factories, in IT solutions. And someone who knows a lot about this is Wolfgang Schiguriol, who has been here again and again in this Congress. Today he works for MVE Pro Plant, and he can give us something in this direction. Thank you very much. First of all, good morning to everybody. And really on time, Michael Stadt is coming in. And I'm saying this deliberately for the reason, over the many years where I have been here, again and again, the evening was a highlight, this gala dinner. We were in the football stadium, in the Horsch Museum, everywhere. But Michael, what you organized for last night was really top-notch. Thank you very much for this event. This is something that we have to say again. I now come to my presentation. And the topics, the development of the mobility industry. Many of the things were already mentioned last night or in the previous presentation. I have an outline here, which is perhaps something that looks a bit long and extensive, but I will try to stick to my time. It's difficult to talk about this topic because you could talk about it for hours. But after yesterday, we heard a lot about politics, and this morning again, I do not want to go into politics in this respect about the political decisions, but I will try to go more into the topics that move us and are important for us. Today, we said deliberately that automotive industry and a change in mobility. This has already been addressed by the colleague from PwC, how things will change from the classical automotive industry will always be somehow a shrink due to the reduction in the variety of components that will be used in the new drive types. They will no longer be there in the vehicles, but the software and everything that is connected with the networking of the vehicle will increase, and also the mobility change away from the possession of one's own vehicle to the question, how do I get from A to B? What kind of means of transport am I going to use? And this doesn't matter then. Today, we can see that in the automotive industry, in the factories and in suppliers' factories, we have a high value added. And I can say millions of employees, because I do not only look at the pure automotive industry and the suppliers, but all the others around it. This is one of the most important features or characteristics of which we can be proud in Germany. And with a change in mobility, with a change of types of drive, this will again be the strongest industry. It will remain the strongest industry in Germany. I'm convinced of this, of course, coupled with the questions coming from the software realm, from the automotive to the mobility industry. I deliberately have taken a vehicle which many of you have known from the past. This is the first Neo in the form of a racing car with more than 1000 HP and in a drive, and now Neo is in its normal vehicle and is moving in Germany and in the world. And in particular, this change that is happening now leads to a situation that we are asking the question and again, how are the wheels moved and how many wheels will be there? We have included a little movie. I hope it can be shown here. In Munich, we have a small startup company. Week Drive is the name of it. They have developed a type of drive and patented it, where in these wheels the motor is directly included in the wheels. It can be autonomous driving and fits under all vehicles. Obviously, you don't find it. It's not so bad, but the statement that the automotive industry missed the trend of battery electrical vehicles over a long period of time. I think this is a right statement. Today, we have a Chinese market. We have a much higher share of BEVs, and in Germany, you come from Munich. I also come from Munich. In addition to the North Street, there's a street where Great Wall Motors has its headquarters, and they are developing battery electric vehicles. In Bogenhausen, we have the headquarters of NEO, where the development and sales for these cars is taking place. And others will follow. Maybe yesterday someone saw it. Sixt also has 100,000 cars. Had ordered this number of cars, and these are questions that are important for us, and therefore we simply have to look at it, how the world will develop. We also have a sustainable mobility system with electrification and the question of automation. And this will help us to further push this networking further. When you look at this picture, one means of transport is missing. That is the airplane, which will also be included in this chain of the mobility system. And with all the questions arising here with automation, we still have great problems when talking about autonomous driving. I'm personally convinced it will take us many years before we have reached such a situation in Germany. All those who have a highly equipped vehicle with a driver assistance system in winter when we have a lot of snow, we see that system failure. I only know one vehicle today which is admitted with level 5. This is the car by Zwickau in California. They have no steering wheels, no pedals. Amazon is now the owner of this manufacturer, and it also is driving in California, where you have hardly any snow, and the weather conditions for sensors, cameras admit for such a process. And we also have to deal with the question reduction of CO2 emissions. I do not want to go very much into detail. You all know the respective tables, and it will go on like this. But we also have a situation that due to progressive industrial policy, the underlying conditions for this have to be created. And it's not just that in China everything from the regulatory point of view has been done to push things ahead, but also we have the same in Brazil, or it will also happen in India. Dr. Manika will perhaps talk about this a bit more, because we can all see that the problems, of course, can only be solved in this way, and change can be brought about in this way. And we will experience these changes also in the future. I deliberately provided an outlook to something else, waking up after a long sleep. Those who were in China in the past saw how changes happened from one day to the next, that mopeds are no longer driven by fuel, but motorcycles are only electrically driven. And we also in Germany had to do with e-bikes, and now we have very few motor scooters that are driven electrically. And I think we have to wake up, and some of the big German suppliers have done this. And also my old company, my previous company, Große, where I worked there in 2011, I started the development of the e-bike motor, and today it is a success and made in Germany. They produce in Berlin hundreds of thousands of these bicycle drives, and they are also used for other things. And looking into the future now, what are the challenges? The climate change is obvious due to the various things that we experienced last year with floods, with the disasters. The population has dealt with this topic a lot and has also found identification with it and is much more confronted with all this. And the entire digital transformation changes the living and working conditions. When we assume that in the past we planned offices for each employee, one working place, with Prose, for instance, in 2015, we planned and built a new development center, and we thought that would be a 70% utilization. After today, you would only perhaps need 50% or even less. And in our employment contracts, employees can stay for 3 days in their home office during the week, and for 2 days they have to be in the office. And this has an effect, of course. When you look at the way in which people go shopping today, food, with the exception of food, but many people order their things online, and you see a huge fleet of Amazon and other vehicles that supply customers. That is to say, cities will change in connection with the mobility change. Streets will be turned into green spaces. If you live in Munich, you can see how Many parking lanes have disappeared. Now bicycle lanes have been created, and when I'm in Berlin, it's even more drastic. I think you have also noticed this, and I have other alternatives with regard to public transport than, for instance, in other cities. These are the challenges, and from this we can derive 4 scenarios. One thing, the traffic volume will continue to increase. I don't know why, but the fuel is so expensive today. But the streets in Munich are still full. In Berlin, they are full. In Zwickau, I do not live here, I do not know, but it will not be completely different if we do not carry out any changes. Secondly, we have to see a maximum utilization of public transport. It is increasing. When we look at this €9 ticket that we had and the analysis that were carried out afterwards, have there been any changes? But it must be a continuous process. It cannot only be a one-off action. And the third thing is individuality will continue to rise, but in connection with networking, with all the opportunities that are offered by software today. And the best thing would be if you had an optimum scenario where all things work together and we can get from A to B without being pushed in any way. Now a short look at technologies. I can't see whether I still have time. We have the 3 things, that is to say, on the one hand, the BEVs, and I look around here, Dr. Helmut Becker, where is he? Many of you know him. In the past, he wrote in his reports against the BEV, and when you look at the article in your program, it is pro and contra, and he's now advocating this. And I personally would like to say that hybrid cars do not fit in here so well, because in ecological terms they do not fit into the framework, and just because they get state subsidies, they sell so well. We have fuel cells or hydrogen, and the federal government tries to get hydrogen from everywhere. This morning I read an article that hydrogen is generated by wind turbines. This is quite new to me, and it is stored there. So it is one of the technologies that will be implemented in the future. And the third aspect where Dr. Koch will speak about is the topic of e-fuel. And I believe that when we are open for various technologies, this can contribute to create a mixture of drive technologies, drive techniques, in order to reduce CO2 emissions much faster. And I'm very much in favor of e-fuel, because we have already the petrol station networks, we have the motors. We would not have to change anything, just the production has to take place. Here in Chemnitz, we have such a company which is already doing this. The big ones are Siemens in Chile and ThyssenKrupp in Norway. They are already developing and producing this, and there are airplanes that can fly from Europe to Asia with this fuel. Yeah, you have to pay more for transportation, but at the end of the day, it is cleaner, and with the ships in the future. So many questions arise in this context. And one brief statement still at the end. What are the future challenges? On the one hand, with regard to flexibility for the production network and everything linked to this, and flexibility in the area of staff, of employees. Also in your program, or in the journal Sachsen Automotive, we had an article by an institute also from Chemnitz dealing with the topic of competence of employees. And this was so fitting that in particular people work about this, because the competences that we have today will no longer be needed in 8 years' time, or they will be needed in a different form. And Dr. Monica will be able to tell a lot about this. We cannot simply hire 10,000 people. Where can we get them from if they are not capable and have not received a training in this respect? And the third topic is, of course, all the things which are connected with ecological and social sustainability, to close the circuit. These are the challenges that we will have in 2030, and on the way towards this year we have many things that you can also read about. I do not want to go into detail here. These are the 9 points that will really be decisive in 2030. The automotive manufacturers and suppliers will come closer together, and one of the core problems will be the question which has been raised several times today. This is the kind of liquidity. If profitability of suppliers goes down and they can no longer invest, they will either become bankrupt, or they need state government aid, or we have to find a different model of collaboration where we say live and let live. So it cannot be that the OEMs had record profits last year and the suppliers simply did not have enough, could not benefit from this sufficiently. And one last sentence: the automotive industry will survive and also play a central role in the future in our economy, in Germany, in Europe, and in the world. It is up to us to share in this process and to give a stimulus to this. At the end, I would like to say, to make one final statement. In 1992, the Defense Institute of the US carried out an analysis and developed a VUCA system. VUCA, you can look online what it means. It deals with volatility, insecurity from this system where the two world systems collapse, and the conclusion is you must develop a vision, you must have entrepreneurship and drive things forwards under changed underlying conditions, and this will change constantly, and we have to be aware of this. And yesterday it turned out in the Automotive Woche there was a statement, I read it last night: the last crisis will come soon. Companies now have to face the new challenges. When you only talk about crises, you will not survive. You should always retain your optimism and look at innovation in our companies and in medium-sized companies in general, and to promote and support this. Then I'm not afraid with regard to the future. Thank you very much. Mr. Schübiol, thank you very much. Then we go on to the next.
Und starten mit Dr.
So to Mr. Oliver, Dr. Oliver Manneker, it's already been mentioned from his, we're going to hear presenting for Skoda. Thank you, Mr. Breske. So the last 20 years, so I've been working for Porsche, and last year I was asked to go transfer to Skoda. So e-mobility we've heard a lot about today. And so now I can work on this with my colleagues at Skoda, battery, electric vehicles, and I want to show you a little about the future of the automobile. The last few years we talked about last year about the Taycan, so linking the vehicle with the environment, and now we have an e-mobility vehicle, and we see a lot on the roads already. And the most important element from my point of view is that we can't stand still. We talked about new business fields yesterday, so that's what I want to show you today. So Wolfgang, so thank you for the presentation you just gave it. We have to transform. Only the fittest will survive, or the most intelligent, but the ones most responsive to change. So 2 weeks ago, we had a research day within Volkswagen, and 2030, 2050, and then it was not all about everything's going to be peaceful. We're going to see what we heard this morning at PwC, this constant crisis, this volatile world, and we want to see how we're going to have to deal with that. So what I've brought with me is looking at the e-mobility, our goals here on the right. So Germans, we look towards crises as Germans, but of course we've got a lot of chances that we can also see. So ecological and economic points of view, we all have a social responsibility. What can we do there with our responsibilities? And if we look at those from our point of view, from an automotive industry, we want to get this cycling, this circular economy, recycling. A lot of these vehicles still live. 70% of vehicles are still for Porsche, but other cars end up in the recycling. So in a battery, for example, there's a lot of raw materials in that we can recycle. And that's a topic we want to deal with, we want to look at. Recycling prototypes. We've already got a prototype factory in Salzgitter. So if you have a chance, I can only recommend you go and have a look at that. And this whole chain that we have here for our vehicle, for the whole life cycle, from development to production, life cycle to recycling, and then back to the beginning. And we have whole new possibilities in terms of e-mobility. And that's going to be the focus of my presentation today. We've talked about energy resources, energy provision, but then, so storage, where are we going to store that? And that's the focus of my presentation, that we want to look at where the vehicles, when we know where they are, because they're all connected, they're all networked, we know what the customer wants, what the customer doesn't want, then we have this possibility of charging. So I heard this yesterday in the VDA presentation, it's made me think about it. We have 2,000 charging points. We need an extra 2,000 per week. We currently have 44 per week. So we have a certain gap there. I don't know how we're going to close that gap between 44 and 2,000. But there's a challenge which we have to deal with. And these charging points are perfect for looking at the topic of the battery. This is our thesis. So they won't have a second life. So in terms of law, legislation, we've all been affected, not just automobile manufacturers, also the users, the manufacturers. So recycling of the batteries. So we have to see that the battery won't have a second life because it's so chemically degraded, so that they put it back into its raw materials and then rebuild batteries out of it. That seems to be the more logical way. So what do we need this for? So if we look at it from this point of view, then you can see from energy demand how we can create that energy. We need to store the energy. And on the right-hand side, you can see one possibility is that we use our BEVs that are on the roads. I use the word vehicles is actually because it stands around, because most vehicles stand around for 23 years. It's not really a moving vehicle, it's a standing vehicle. So we connect these vehicles to the smart grid, and we can use them to provide storage for the model. This could be a business model, so we could say the customer provides his storage and then use it to put it into the vehicle, into your house for cost-free when you need it. So so if we look at the brand of Skoda, the Enyaq and the Enyaq Coupe are on the market already. In the next few years, we will expand the market. We will invest massively in e-mobility and produce more models, launch more models. We discussed it this morning. The number of new vehicles, I have to underline. So I think we can see 2 years ago there was 50%, and now because of the market development, we can see we're going to be 70% of the electric vehicles by 2030. So in the value-added chain, we need the facility to produce the batteries. And in Salzgitter with PowerCo, we have our first cell factory. We're constructing it. We want to open it 2024 for Volkswagen. Then they will be put into Volkswagen vehicles, Volkswagen Group vehicles. And we're lucky in Mladá Boleslav, we already have a battery factory which supplies factories here in Zwickau. And we want to expand it because the demand, we've got 250,000 batteries per year, and we want to expand it. We must expand it. The demand is huge. We don't now have the supply demand lives where we can't do that today as it was here when you have to wait 40 years for a vehicle. Now when a customer says they want a vehicle, then we have to be able to give them a vehicle immediately. I've now got a short-term film showing you what it looks like in Mladá Boleslav. And I think we'll hear more about that later and the transformations that we've seen. So this is the production at the moment as it is in our factory.
Skoda. Simply clever.
So if we got a battery in every vehicle, then we've got the possibilities to use the various charging stations. And if you remember my presentation from 2019, we met in the car park and we said, "Where's Mr. Manica?" When he's looking, I was actually looking for a charging station because my battery was dead. And now I've come from the Autobahn, so 350 kW charging point here in Zwickau. And this is the various use cases that we have that we offer for a customer. And these connections that we can see from at home via all of the others are now available. And that, from our point of view, we can create this energy nets. We have this problem in Germany with the storage. We can expand it using the vehicles. So from a security point of view, it's also there. We have initiatives, plug and charge. So from your vehicle within VW's MEB vehicles, we have an automation, automatic authentication, secure invoicing, so ISO standardized. So we have that in the charging stations. So we can access the vehicles and use the vehicle to store energy and then demand it back when we need it. So 5.5 minutes, short video explaining how it works.
And with Skoda Power Pass, you can charge with one card and one app all over Europe. But why not make smart things even smarter? Thanks to the plug and charge, just plug your Enyaq IV into the charger and that's it. The charging payment will be safely added to your monthly charging invoice with no further action needed. The plug and charge authentication method is not only so simple, but also completely safe and secure. Digital certificates, encrypted keys and related techniques are required in both the electrical vehicle and the charging station to enable trusted communication. And if you are really into it, all you have to say is the authentication mechanism follows ISO 15118. Clear?
So, und diese
So this base technology allows us to offer new features for customers. So he can always decide himself. So vehicle one, smart charging, so energy into the vehicle, and then we're going beyond this. So AC DC functions. So with AC so we prepare. So for example, you can power your weekend home from the vehicle. So at the bottom, the red framework, the connection to your smart house. So smart grid as well as so small energy storage all throughout the network, and these can be then be put back into the grid. And we work on the basis that around 30% of the users would be interested in joining this business model, depending on how the lucrativity is. And you can see this in the future on the right-hand side. So the business model is the same for the energy researchers and for the energy providers and the OEMs. So the customer can contribute to regenerative energies and increase storage capacity. From our point of view, this is a path that we want to increase e-mobility. This connected world that we already have, we know where the vehicles are, we know what the vehicle charge rate is, what the standard is, and we can use this system, and we want to integrate it into the national grid system. So everybody has their car, a bit like we have our vehicle. Our smartphones brings the customer together. We can see the similar kind of thing as being the vehicle no longer being the devil that it was in the past and becoming a contributor to bringing the energy, regenerative energy resources to make it livable for all of us. And this should be the conclusion. So the same sentence I began with. It's not the strongest of the species that survives, it's the most intelligent. We need to remember, not that we're the largest, but we want to say we are good. We want to be in a hyper-connected world. We need to find solutions in a hyper-connected world. And then we are the ones who transform or transformate. So thank you very much. And I've got 2 minutes still, so I'm happy to answer questions. So are there any questions here in the room? To Mr. Meinecke? No, it seems not. So, Mr. Meinecke, thank you very much. Thank you much for your story about looking for the charging point for the Taycan.
VW hat ja
Staying with OEMs and come to the question of effects of the current situation on the manufacturers. You can see the direct effects in Mosel, and we are happy to see the managing director of Volkswagen Saxony in Mosel here. Thank you very much for introducing me. Yes, I would also bid a good morning to everybody. I'm glad that we had a few speakers before me after the great evening last night. It's perhaps difficult to emerge into the technical world again, so I'm quite happy that we have heard some interesting presentations and that you are already prepared for this transformation about which I'm going to talk, particularly here in Zwickau. I'm especially happy to speak here before you because we are in Zwickau, one of the cradles of the automobile, and the one of the ID family of the Volkswagen Electric Initiative, and this is happening in Zwickau, and that's why we have the transformation here. And one thing I would like to say, we are still in the process of transformation, but rather at the end of it. And from the pioneering spirit that we have been developing, now go over to reference, because all the other factories will follow us. But before talking about transformation, you should know who is going to talk to you so that you do not think, who is this guy? and you can read much faster than me presenting it. I was born in Wolfsburg. When you come from Wolfsburg, it's very rare because many people, they came during later to Wolfsburg. I was not born in the Volkswagen factory, but I have been with Volkswagen for more than 20 years. But I was also abroad quite a lot. More than 10 years I was abroad. And this is an important component. When I talk to you about transformation, it's very important that you have this experience, that you can look beyond the limits, that you also have an understanding for other cultures and also for your own culture. And apart from Russia, even if you do not like to hear it today, I was in China twice. Last time I was there, I was in charge of this joint venture, two engine factories. Then I worked in technical development in Wolfsburg, and since this summer I have been here in Saxony as a managing director for the entire technology sphere. When you come to Volkswagen Sachsen GmbH, now we go to the site, to the location, and the transformation, a short overview. This is a 100% subsidiary of Volkswagen AG, and we have 3 sites here with a headquarters in Zwickau with around 10,000 employees. In 2021, you can see the number of vehicles. This was due to COVID, it was still the startup, but we have a capacity of more than 300,000, which we will reach very soon. And in addition to the headquarters in Zwickau, we have the transparent manufacturer in Dresden, where we produce the ID.3. This is also one of our family. And then in Chemnitz, we have the engine motor factory. Many topics have also become important after the last meeting we had with our employees, that step-by-step components of e-mobility will be integrated there. Now let's directly look at the company here in Zwickau. Here on this chart at the top, you see the product range. And I mentioned already the ID family with ID.3, ID.4, ID.5. But we also had the Cupra One, which belongs to the Seat family, and 2 Audi for e-tron in the Sportsback and the normal e-tron. What few people know, we also have Lamborghini and Bentley just as the bodies, but this is important for us. We are an extreme multi-brand factory with all the challenges connected to this. And when you look at the layout of the factory and the colors involved here, you can see all this that is marked in color and fits to the electric family, which is not really red. This assumes most of the room in the company, and this company was founded after the change in Germany in 1990. We had a floor area of 180,000 square meters, where we are building our portfolio. Transformation, and I look a bit ahead. Transformation is something that we have nearly completed, but was a very hard way. I will talk about this a little bit more afterwards. You are all experts in the automotive industry or in the production for the automotive sector. And this shows what kind of energy we had to spend in 2 years, starting from 2019. Or you know what this means with the ID.3 in 2019, via ID.4, the Audis and the Cupra One, up to the ID.5. 2 years later, with 6 startups or launches at one site. This is really important, and it is unique, I would say. But we laid the foundation stone because many of the lessons that we learned and many that the topics we discussed for the first times, others do not have to do it again. So Volkswagen Saxony, in particular Zwickau, it's, of course, we should not only develop carbon neutral product, but also our manufacturing process should be improved and converted. And that's why we have developed many projects in terms of sustainability and environmental production. This is also included in flexible production and the complete assembly concepts. What is important here is that we have combined heat and power stations, our own solar cells in cooperation with the Mosel Solar Park, with wind energy, with our own electric charging stations that are fed by them. So the resource consumption is reduced. It also goes into drinking water and industrial water. And this is an important point. And I would like to say also on the next slide, why am I emphasizing this so much? Yesterday we heard a lot in many presentations about the lack of skilled workers and skilled technicians. Yes, we found who's going to work with us, and the new generation, the young people growing up now, they pay a lot of attention to this. They do not only look for employers where they get the most money, but they have other values. I can see it with my own children, and they often ask me about environmental protection. So they keep the light on in the bathroom, but you all know this probably. But you notice that, you also know this, these are topics we have to deal with if we want to find the right employees for our companies, and if they stay with us over a long period of time. And it's important to deal with these issues, and we are doing this in Zwickau at all 3 sites where we strongly look at the environment and energy, and the teams that are dealing with this have been reinforced. We carry out environmental audits, internal ones and external ones, and we provide greening for our facades, for our halls. It has an aspect in terms of climate and also an optical effect, in cooperation with the solar farm. And the energy patrol has not yet been mentioned. Energy patrol, the circle closes and arrives at the bathroom again. It's just discipline, the discipline that we all have and need, but we do not always live it. And that's why it is important to have a team. They always look around that remind us and check that we do not use energy extensively. And you may ask me again what kind of monetary effects we achieve with this. You would be astonished how much you can save and what we achieve in terms of sustainable development for the future. This energy that we generate via solar and wind, also partly on our own, and also in cooperation with others. They also feed our charging infrastructure. On all 3 sites we have our own charging infrastructure. We have to be a good example here, and we cannot expect politicians to do something that we cannot do ourselves. We have our 350 charging columns in Zwickau alone, and in Zwickau 80, and in Dresden 90, and they will become more. The more vehicles will be sold, and the more will be produced, and the more employees are going to buy these vehicles, and we need more charging options. Now let's talk about transformation. I showed already these launches are always something that requires a lot of vigor and energy. It looks quite nice, but you know what it means. But before that, we need a massive conversion of the entire infrastructure. We had a factory here in Zwickau, which produced the Golf and the Variant. They were ICEs, and we changed to the MEB platform, fully electric vehicles. And this is also connected with an increase in entire capacity of 15%, the complexity of 2 Golf cars to 6 MEB vehicles. This speaks for itself, and the degree of automation in this context, in assembly in particular, has been considerably increased. These are challenges that you have to cope with, and that you can cope with, because in the end, the bottom line is just the technology that you can install. But the key factor of transformation is somewhere else. It's in people. With us, the acceptance that we need transformation, that we must have it, our company executives, that they have this mindset, and with our employees. Here you have to start, especially with the mindset. Dr. Naduszewski is also here in the audience. He had a great share in this. You first have to create this mindset amongst employees. Maybe we do not have time for this showing something, but we had a trick. If it was something that you do not learn as a young person, an old person will never learn. But what is good, you can also learn by playing, and that's why we built an escape room and try to make our employees familiar with electric mobility, with a change. And it was a kind of play at the beginning. And this was helped us very much promoting acceptance for the change towards electric mobility, changing the entire site in Zwickau to create that mindset before we went into further qualification measures. It doesn't help if you do not open the minds of employees, if you do not open their minds in talking about products, about electric motors and robots and so on. And we succeeded very well with this. For a period of time, we were the largest training camp of the entire Volkswagen group, and we are very proud of it that we managed it very well. The methods that we used within this training course was virtual assembly training, so that the operator first sits at a monitor and looks at the parts. Where do they come from? Where can he take the parts from? And where will they be installed? Just you plug in a plug. It's not that easy as it sounds. You must hear a click sound. The plug must be the right one. And at the beginning, we had quite a few problems with these plug connections because we had to do some training. And we had training cabinets that were built by our education institute where people were trained in this. This is just one example, but we also have organization models like a shop floor management. Once you do transformation, you have to do it properly, and this also includes a shop floor management and other forms of a new operational organization. And the remainder, it's not standard with quality training and basic qualification development. You all know this. This is not so spectacular, but it's also part of it. Let me summarize, because it's really the foundation stone of any transformation amongst employees. This is what we need. You have to start with the mindset, because it is not there. If you still have the old and conservative ideas, it will not work out. You will not manage the conversion. And we here at this side, we are a proof of it, that it can work out and that it will work out, because the vehicles that we are building now here in this beautiful location in Saxony, they are not only moving on the roads in the EU, but they are moving on the roads worldwide. And this is something that makes us very proud. And I said already at the beginning, we are not yet complete with transformation. A few things are still missing. But from the pioneering work that we did a few years ago, we became a reference, not just in our own group. 2 days ago, I read an article in Automotive, where our factory in Zwickau was quoted as a good example of transformation. And we are proud of it. And this will be a benchmark that we want to deliver, both within the group, but also as a good example for all OEMs, for all suppliers. And therefore, also yesterday, we had a lot of political discussions, and not always so positive. And today we talked about crises already. I would like to ask you, and also what one of my previous speakers said, we must retain our courage. In most cases, something good emerged from bad crises. I have used up my time. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you have any questions, either now or maybe in the next break. We have found a small gap As Mr. Linton, he will find 200 billion, we will find a gap in time. No problem. I have a question, but I can also look around in the audience. Then I will ask my question. We heard from Mr. Steinberger. This was very impressive. The green fields in Tier 1, the OEMs. And red, it was difficult for suppliers. Are you worried about this with regard to suppliers? One thing is clear, the OEM, any OEM, it cannot work without supplier industry. It must be a relationship of partners that we have to follow. And that's why we are here together. One cannot live without the other. This is a kind of symbiosis. What we are noticing at the moment, that the fragile global world is not as stable as we would like to see it. One simple thing, I do not want to talk about the big crisis, but one thing I became aware of, where the ship was blocked in the Suez Canal, a small impact, you think someone was just dreaming and doing something wrong. And suddenly you get a huge bottleneck. And this is something that makes me think that we have to ask ourselves to become more regional again, without wanting to say how big such a region will have to be. But together with the suppliers, we have to look very much at what we are doing, where we locate, and where we discuss such scenarios. Another question. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. Two tendencies I saw. The first is that manufacturers, Volkswagen and others, parts that they outsource are brought back into the factory. Is it really like this? And on the other hand, I see that also suppliers, Schaeffler, for instance, goes into areas which were traditionally worked on by OEMs. What kind of development do you see? Who will lose? Rather the suppliers? I do not think that anybody will lose. To just say this at the beginning, the tendency that you have seen, I would say it's more neutral. It's quite a normal dynamic behavior, both on the part of suppliers and on the part of OEMs. I do not want to say that OEMs will increase their depth of manufacturing, and supplier industry also does not show such activities. I think it's a dynamic process, like everything in life, and it's sound and competition. And both for suppliers and for OEMs, it's a very good thing if they show the behavior that you just described. I would not say it goes into the one or the other direction. There are no extremes. I think it's quite a normal process, and across a period of time, when you look at history, it has always been like this. Are there any further? The next presentation would be Mr. Sigoritze via the video link. Is there still any more questions? It was quite impressive what kind of conversion you have carried out in a short period of time. Can you answer my following question? What kind of investment was necessary for this? I think I cannot really answer this question. There are two reasons. The capital expenditure, I do not know exactly what it was. And these are topics that I do not want to answer here, and I cannot answer. Sorry for that. An honest answer is always a good answer, but question is allowed, yes. It could have worked out. This is also my motto again and again. Thank you very much for this insight and for the time you spent here. And then we go on.
So, a new world. So, hopefully, we can see Professor Sikoritzke from the University of Applied Sciences in Dresden. We can greet him digitally. Mr. Sikoritzke usually here, but I can see him. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, Mr. Breska. I can hear you, but I'm afraid I can't see you. That's actually maybe an advantage. But I would like, hopefully, the presentation, we can see you, we can hear you. So usually a good indication that things are going to work. So perhaps we'll go in towards the technology. So the potential regenerative energies, regenerative fuels, which I think is something very interesting, is interesting for the world beyond Europe's borders. And I think, Professor Sekorytska, I'll hand over to you, and I hope that the technology will work. Professor Sekorytska. Thank you very much, Mr. Breska, my ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, only online from this capital of Czechny in Dresden. Corona has had its effect. I'm very sorry, but so I'm in quarantine, so that's why I couldn't come to Zwickau. So a lot has been said already, and I will talk about potentials for regenerative fuels for the future mobility in the future. So unfortunately, my presentation is it visible? Yes, we can see it. So please continue. So I can't see it, I'm afraid. So can you see my presentation? We see your presentation. So the question is, how well can you remember your presentation? I can't see it. I see it on my screen here. So I'll start. So some's been said. So this is my outline. So the short introduction, drive technology for sustainable mobility, chances for regenerative fuels, risks for regenerative fuels, and then as conclusion and a look into the future. So that's my outline of my structure. So I've got a few bits of information that I think will be interesting to you. So we've got a lot of tension in the vehicles. We've got a lot of challenges, emissions, noise emissions. In mobility is the main topic is with climate change, with climate gases, and solutions. Well, we have climate change that we can see. So so we need green stream as an energy basis, and then we can have BEV drives, green hydrogen for fuel cells, but also for combustion engines, and then green hydrogen, so e-fuels, so power to gas, power to liquid. So this is the topic. So I decided to talk about a little better topics, a few definitions. So regenerative fuels. Terms that everyone knows. So regenerative fuels are advanced biofuels and electricity-based fuels. So e-fuels. This is the definition from the Federal Minister. For advanced biofuels are biofuels that come from waste materials and forest timber. And electricity fuels, e-fuels, are second generation. So they come from fuel. They don't come from fuel or from wheat and oil or palm oil. So these so-called e-fuels are liquid fuels from renewable energy, from mobile energies. So they replace current fossil fuels, because from 2035 onwards, we won't be allowed to have any ICE vehicles. So what drive technologies are thinkable? So I've got three bases here. So you can see combustion motors, ICE with e-fuels is one. So this use potential for globally, but also within Europe. So I can see good chances there for CO2 neutral fuels. And that's true also for battery electric drive, but using EcoStrom. So that's a dominant drive in the urban regions. So we can already see, we've heard it already, that the future is e-mobility, but not everywhere, not everywhere globally, and not so quickly. It can't be done implemented so quickly. And fuel cells with green hydrogen. So this is an option. Here in Germany, less than maybe in Asia, but I can see there is a chance. So that's why these three topics, these technologies need to be discussed. So now the potential of the synthetic fuels or e-fuels. So a Swiss colleague in Zurich did an study in 2018. They showed, they analyzed driving behavior in Europe, not just in Switzerland, and they discovered that 70% are around 30% of the kilometerage of the car. So what that means is that 30% of long distance drivers are long drivers create 70% of the emissions. So, and our goal must be to cut those emissions. And so the Swiss colleagues came to the conclusion that the e-mobility must be, that synthetic fuels, e-fuels, are more suitable for long distance journeys. So this brings us to the necessity of e-fuels. This is created, you know, that the decision that we had this news that the European Union has decided that from 2035 will be no longer available with international community, with ICE engines. And then there was a little bit of pressure taken off just shortly afterwards that ICEs can be used, can be registered, but as long as they work with e-fuels, if they can be filled with climate neutral fuels. So electric vehicles, 2035, the e-vehicles will clearly fill those. So climate neutral means that even electrical vehicles must be charged using green energy. And that's a question if that's possible by that date. And then we have the option, so we can fuse ICE with e-fuels. So they can be sold. That's the important message. So we can use e-fuels from 2035. So what does that mean, 2035? It's not a ban of ICEs. What we can say is, on the one side, climate neutral fueled ICEs, so hybrid with e-fuels, so 100% e-fuels, ICEs, so with hydrogen, with green hydrogen. On the other hand, we have electrical vehicles. These will be dominant, very probably, so battery electric and fuel cell electric vehicles. So here's an example of MAN. So commercial vehicles, in the trade fair in Hanover, they presented a vehicle with a hydrogen vehicle, an e-fuels truck. We'll have it, and we will be displayed here in Dresden. But there are other manufacturers who are already investing in this kind of with producing production ICEs for trucks, for heavy vehicles. So e-fuels are criticized because they're not competitive. There is the competition, so we can see well-to-wheel comparison. From well-to-wheel, we take around the European Union. We are taking it seriously. So the energy basis must be 100% ecological. So that means regenerative sources. So green strom, 100%. You can see various energy conversion rates. So the different drive systems, electricity, the 4 drive powertrains, and then the overall efficiency that you can see that particularly with e-fuels, there are a lot of losses with e-fuels because there's various changes, various transformations in the process. So we have an efficiency of 15%. So we can go up. If we reduce the losses, if we minimize them, there are new approaches, but the fact remains that there is a huge difference between electric drive and e-fuels. But my statement is that efficiency of a drive is more than just the efficiency of the motor itself. So efficiency is the first layer. They look at a lot of these presentations, and the politicians look at them. But so battery, they look at it, but I would say that efficiency is first of all high flexibility, is unrestricted availability, functionality in all conditions, long life, and there's many other things. So what we say is, my message to you is that BEVs, battery drives, are very high efficiency. It's impossible to compete with that, 70–80%, and that is quite clear. And then if we use EcoStrom, then we should apply that use that in battery electric vehicles. But the negative side is the problem list is also very long. We have a low operational time, temperature dependency of the battery. So low temperatures, too high temperatures, the performance drops off, as you know. We also have a lot of need to catch up, the generation of electricity, the infrastructure, and the security of supply. So battery, you need raw materials, and a lot of them come from China and Russian. So states from which the EU is currently attempting to become more independent. So we need more alternatives. We need to diversify. And I also say heavy and large batteries reduce the ecological advantage of electric vehicles. So the temperature problem. So the strengths of e-fuels. So they are very flexible. So they have a very high energy density. They can be stored and transported very easily, and they can use current existing infrastructure, at least partially. The problem is that the efficiency is around about 15%. So there's a lot of many losses in comparison to battery electric drives, but I can still see there are good chances for e-fuels. And we need to look at how we can reduce the costs and how we can make these e-fuels affordable. We can make them, transport them over long distances with tankers, and we can store it very well, which is difficult with electricity. So the energy that's used, sun and solar power and wind energy, is already available. So e-fuels should be produced where there is a lot of wind and solar and where electricity is relatively cheap. So that means not in Germany. We have some of the highest electricity prices, so 30 cents per kilowatt hour, and it's going to become more expensive. In the neighborhood, it's a little more cheap, so in the north or in the east, but nonetheless, so we could produce in Africa, where there are huge solar factories in the Desert Tech, for example, was set up in 2009. So this is where electricity should be produced for around about 1 cent per kilowatt hour. And you can use this electricity to produce hydrogen. So I will come to my conclusion and to my look into the future. So reducing CO2 in mobility is very challenging. We can only do that if we shift from fossil to renewable energies. So that means that other drive systems should be used. So electromobility has the advantage of very high efficiency in the use of renewable energies. So regenerative e-fuels have the advantage of being very high flexibility. What we need is to be technology open. So CO2-free technology must be development, and we must make it available. And we have to keep all of the options open for the future. For sustainable mobility, we need electromobility and clean and neutral ICEs. I'm convinced of that. And efficient ICEs, which use clean and neutral fuels, can make a decisive contribution to protecting the climate. Thank you very much for listening. Professor, thank you very much for being here, even virtually, despite being sick. So I hope all the best. Get well again soon. And greetings to Dresden. And thank you very much for keeping to your time limit. And get well soon. So I didn't see you, but so I was more careful. So thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you very much and all the best.
Now we come to Mr. Koch. I'm looking forward to his presentation, which will also deal with the potentials of the combustion engine. Mr. Koch from KIT, I am happy to have him here again, and I hope you will enjoy his presentation. Thank you very much for your introductory work. I'm very happy to be here again and to talk about mobility of the future today. What it's all about. Often we have a very heterogeneous audience. Normally think about how we can develop alternatives to the good battery-operated vehicles, how we can also use fuels. What is the challenge? These are fuels are nothing than hydrocarbons, with the oxygen of the air that is used in our engine. It is transformed into water and CO2. Why are we doing this? So that our trucks and cars can be driven by it. We have mechanical energy, and undesired side products may be formed to the energy conversion. It's the same, but we take noodles, carbohydrates, potatoes with the oxygen of the air converted and have energy to drive our brain, to move our bicycle, we breathe out water and CO2. And if you have children, if one doesn't use the washing cloth properly, we have other emissions, or we have feet with a certain unpleasant odor. It's the same with people. We have two regulatory conditions that are effective, and I was asked to talk a little bit about this. The undesired side products, and then now the new Euro 7 legislation. This is the the first part of my presentation, and then the Green Deal, about which we talked before. The two legislation options are now linked in political terms. The emission, first of all, the classical emission topic. I will be brief for reasons of time. This is one emission component, carbon monoxide. This is just one example. There are also others. You see typical concentrations, maximum worksite concentration, and so on. And this is a typical emission concentration in the exhaust gas of vehicles. Most emission components are fully solved. As a result of good engineering, this is no longer important. This fear is no longer justified. We have solved this. One topic once more, I said about this, quite a lot about this, but the topic of diesel in the past with the various sulfur concentration, 6,000 micrograms per cubic meter. When you are at your stove, is 600, and the Cologne Cathedral, it was much more, and in internal spaces is 60 microgram. In the exhaust gas, we are higher. It cannot be done better, but it is diluted by a factor of 1,000 along the road. At the Neckartor in Stuttgart, this was the one. There was a big load of 12 micrograms per cubic meter. This is the highest load that we have in Germany, and you have to compare it with the mountains there. We also still have old vehicles. Now you arrive at 1 microgram per cubic meter. If all vehicles were at a modern level, and in the buildings it's much less, because this is also fully solved in technical terms. When looking back, what was the emission situation in 26? These are federal measuring points. The highest was 2006 in NO2 microgram per cubic meter, Stuttgart or Neckartor, and last year 35. Completely solved. One station in Munich, Landshuter Allee is a bit above the limit, beside 100,000 along the road behind a wall. This cannot be complied with. The new WHO recommendation, it's 10 micrograms per cubic meters now when everything is good. It's quite interesting. Then Euro 7, it was introduced 2 years ago, a new emission standard which would come in 2025. The harshest scenarios that the experts worked out was once more reinforced by a factor of 10. Completely technological nonsense. It cannot be implemented. Then the vice president of the EU Commission said environmental protection is important because the Commission took it and aggravated it. The Chancellor intervened. It was the Chancellor Merkel at the time. Timmermans said it's important, it's of outstanding importance. We have to set these demanding goals, even if they have a low benefit for the environment, because it was so marginal with huge technological effort. So the first proposal was aggravated a lot. And now, yesterday, I read in the newspaper, Euro 7 is being postponed and postponed again and again, and has just become a political issue. Like last year, they said environmental protection is very important. We have to very strict Euro 7 standards. And now they say maybe he wouldn't have any Euro 7. This is just playing ball. When do I introduce it? Then the level of emissions that is allowed, and above all, the technological requirements in combination. It has become a means of political pressure to stop a technology like the ICEs with Euro 7. If it was introduced in 2030, development departments would start their work because of 4 years remaining life, you would not be able to earn money and you would stop. Technological development has become a means of exerting pressure. Now we come into the question, what is actually zero emission? What is no emission that is no longer relevant? This is a decisive question. Two definitions here. Either we take the most remote measuring stations and say there are zero emissions, or we take WO 2005 to, if you have a limit of 40, then it may be 1.2 microgram per cubic meter, 3% for 40, and this is no longer relevant. It can be considered environmentally neutral. Now we have the following situation. The new WHO recommendation, which is going to be implemented. The discussion is underway now. Reporting will take place in 2 weeks' time. For small particles, 2.5, a limit of 5 micrograms per cubic meter. We must see whether the EU takes over this WHO recommendation. If this happened, it would happen that in two environmental stations are able to comply with this limit. They are in forests in South Germany. It would be complete deindustrialization, no electric vehicles, no fuel cell vehicles, no normal vehicles. It is simply a process of deindustrialization initiated by politicians. We should know this, and we should know where the journey goes. This was Euro 7. Hopefully in 2 weeks' time, we will hear where the journey will go and whether it will be implemented and at what level. Now let's talk about the Green Deal. A lot has been said. I can come back to the point quickly. Green Deal also driven by the IPCC report from 2018. And I said humanity has a remaining budget of CO2, and any molecule that we emit by breathing will reduce the available limit. The Green Deal was derived from this in terms of politics, a country-specific legislation. I would like to stress once more here. Environmental protection and CO2 reduction is important. That's what I would like to stress. But there is not just one single path. We have many different technologies that can complement each other. Public transport, we use bicycles, alternatives like new work and home office, or hydrogen and technology. And of course, I'm proud of it as a chairman of the Scientific Society, what we have achieved in terms of battery-driven vehicles. Great. We also need alternatives. We call them refuels, because they are an overarching concept for modern biofuels of the second generation. They have nothing to do with the discussion about the plate and the tank. This is a political criterion to kill the development of such fuels. These are simply buzzwords, that is food waste, biomass, bio-waste plants, and the e-fuels. They are generated from electrical energy, water, electrolysis, CO2 from the air, direct air capture, Fischer-Tropsch, methanol to gasoline. These are the concepts involved here. And this forms the refuels. And what you need is you need a big boiling pot where you add pepper and salt, and it's a carbon size and hydrogen source, because fuels are hydrocarbons. We need electrolysis, electrical energy. Water is turned into hydrogen, or hydrogen which is captured in biomass. And you need a carbon source from the air or from biogenic fuels. All this is put into the huge pot. Synthesis gas, equilibrium, and depending on what process you use, it is processed chemically, and you have different ways. Fischer-Tropsch diesel or methanol to gasoline, petrol. But you need carbon and hydrogen. You can also mix these things too. It's not a pure bio and no pure synthetic fuel. All this works very well. The cars are running very good use. Technologically, it's no problem. Now the decisive question emerges, which is always said, there are no plans for it. Is it possible Have you enough fuel available? This is a decisive slide here. A large team coordinated by VDMA. They are both engineers, vehicle technologists, chemical engineers, economists, and also environmental organizations have analyzed this under the premise COVID-19 vaccination strategy. Politicians say, I want to have it. That is to say, no long-term permitting processes, no hurdles, but the political wish, I want to implement this. How fast can I do this if I wish to do it? And the world wants to do it. Whether Europe wants to have it, I don't know. But the question is, how can we implement this? How quickly can we do it? The substitution rate of fuels across time. And you see the first thing, gasoline here as EMTG, electrical methanol to gasoline. Petrol can be ramped up a bit faster. It has something to do with the testing of the methanol path, and diesel can also be ramped up very quickly, starting from 2035, 2036. This is Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. So in 12, 13 years, this is what the experts say. The complete fleet in Germany and in Europe can be supplied by these fuels in a CO2 neutral way. In addition, we also have biogenic fuels with their limited potential of around 20 to 50%. You can argue about this, but they will be on top, and they would be developed much faster to reach this ramp up within 10 years. If we wished to do it, the entire fuel could be CO2 neutral. It is possible, but we must want to do it. And then the question about saving CO2. The scientists have committed to this very much, and this year and last year we tried to exert influence on the Commission, and we wrote a letter to the Commission what we want to achieve if we have to save CO2, if we want to do it in an optimum way with a good strategy. We need good analysis. We wrote a letter to the Commission. What you calculate is not sustainable. There is no foundation for this. This is just a falsification of balance sheets, as in the way you calculated, and the Commission was not impressed by this, and that's why in 2021 they said we do not want any internal combustion engines, not even hybrids. And then we wrote to the Parliament, please do just evaluation. We just want to save CO2. But also the Parliament said we want to have a ban on the hybrid, on the plug-in hybrid that are promoted in China, but we do not want this. In September, an ambitious e-fuel mixture of 5% was passed by the Parliament. And then the European Council, they also received a letter from us. The countries of Eastern Europe and Southern Europe were skeptical towards full e-mobility. And we had a discussion how Germany behaved in this discussion. The EU Council demands far-reaching prohibition of plug-in hybrids. Now, what have we actually discussed with politicians? Our message was, dear politicians, we all know the situation. Here with the German climate protection laws, we have different sectors, and we have the transport sector. The CO2 load is energy. When we have an electric vehicle, we have no CO2 emission, but from the energy sector it takes CO2 because the electricity comes from there, and then you must calculate the balance properly. Now they say it's zero, but in the clean analysis you have to consider what happens there. And we demonstrated it to the Commission and to the Parliament with an example. It is simple mathematics. The daughter needs 6,000 euros for training. The parents want to support the daughter because they love her. The daughter says, I will do everything, Mom and Dad. I work as much as I can so that you do not have so much money to pay. I go to a restaurant and earn some money there as a waitress. And then the parents have to contribute also a part. What do you want to say? The daughter says, I would like to have an iPhone. It costs 100 euros more a year. Dear Dad, dear Mom, you only pay 20%. Now we have an additional 100 euros, so only have to pay 20%, only 20 euros of the new iPhone. And then they say, dear daughter, you continue to earn 4,800 euros. And if 100 euros are added, we have to pay 1,300 euros plus 100 euro, not only 20 euros more. And you will say, no, we cannot accept this. These are the limit costs that are added, and they have to be analyzed in a clean way. These costs are generated by additional e-vehicles, and every person working in accounting would get into jail if they carried out such a calculation. And you can transfer to the German electricity system their opportunities and potentials by storage of electricity. But the fundamental fault of the mathematical calculation is not wrong. It doesn't change it, but we simply the order contributes by earning money. It has been shown in two scenarios. We can transfer to the contribution of photovoltaic and wind power. They do a lot, and we should extend it. But you have to fill it up by conservative and power plants. They provide base load. They have to provide the delta contribution. If you have an additional energy need, that has an effect on the systems. Like the parents, the fossil power plants have to provide additional demand for electrical energy. The bad thing is that beyond this, they have not carried out a study on the infrastructure, set up the production of vehicles and recycling of vehicles, and nevertheless a commission issues very concrete measures. Now I have a 3 slide. Now, what is the regulation all about? It's from Dr. Street from the Association of the Automotive Industry, because it's so nice. We could talk about this for days. There are various measures by the European Union, renewable energy share in transport, CO2 in toll systems, and influence on mobility, and so on. A very comprehensive and complex document. And I'd like to talk about the trilogue negotiation, the minimum quota for advanced biofuels. And these are non-bio-based fuels that are suggested. The Commission says 2% in 2030, and 2% in here, 5% non-bio-based e-fuel plus 2%. In addition, biofuels by the Parliament, and a bit more ambitious, the Council. If environmental protection is so important, CO2 emission reduction, when we talk about the end of humanity as they do, then why do you have such lax figures without a long-term perspective, long-term prospect? Long-term investment is prevented deliberately. I am involved in so many political activities. They are prevented in a systematic way. We say 100% electric vehicles in 2035. This has been determined. Now, how can you implement a policy against the majority of people, because people do not support it? They find electric vehicle great, but I also want to have a real tank. And if you have a certain tendency towards being dishonest, I say it very clearly, because everything that is put forward by NGOs that work close to the government, it's no longer acceptable, and you have to say it very clearly. There is no clear CO2 advantage for BEVs. This has been proven again and again. E-fuels cost less than €1 per liter in manufacture. This is a goal that we can achieve. They say that energy expenditure is very high. I can use, of course, plants that have a 3 times higher utilization, and the efficiency from the photon to the wheel is comparable. You have no toxic emissions. We have enough, not just for navigation and aviation. The list of arguments is so long, and they say the industry supports the ban of ICEs. They all put their signature to it. Ford also said yes, but they say We will continue to build ICEs. And what is very important in social justice, it's simply not just because 50% of people have income lower than 2,000 euros and they can't do anything. Now I come to a summary. I'm a friend of electric mobility because a lot has been achieved, but I would like to say this is not fully advanced, not fully developed. The energy turnaround is really showing its ideological borders, and we need the same for a change in transport. The deliberate turnaround in traffic has to be viewed. We need a good combination. The US and China are doing it, and the world will have a range of technologies they rely on. We will see in Europe whether we can go ahead well with our technology. I got 2 minutes from Mr. Mannickel. Thank you.
Ich stelle fest, es gibt
So there's not just trading, emissions trading, there's also trading with speaking time. I have a question. Is that a question? So do you have a microphone? Yes, wonderful. So I have a question. So I'm driving a Cougar petrol engine. My contract is running out. What would you expect? What would you advise me to buy as the next vehicle? So it depends on what your profile is. Your driving person, an overall, I would say there'll be a VDA study that will come at the end of the year that will say that it doesn't matter. They're all the overall burden. All have their pros and their flaws and their against. There isn't a better. It's not black and white. It depends on your. It depends on your subjective appearance. Some people like to charge their cars. Some people like to charge petrol cars. From an ecological point of view, I can't recommend a technology. I'm a fan of diesel, this efficiency. That's my opinion. It's my opinion. As it was, others have said they like to drive electrical vehicles. That's fine. But this ecological argument it's got to go. We have to work with biogenous, with e-fuels. I think we can achieve that. And I would hope that we can get support for that. But I would also like to support alternatives, which you also need, of course. So one question. So diesel. 10, 12 ago, there was a press release that Mazda wants to look at it. So what's your opinion? Yes, they will. They will. The Japanese have caught up with us. The Chinese have caught up with us. The most modern hybrid come from China. We are hardly investing in it. We don't get any research support. So the others are much more, they make wonderful drive systems. They make huge advances. They're creating this, we're just sort of keeping it alive with this Euro 7. It's very difficult for the manufacturers because of the different technologies. You can't do everything. But the Chinese are able to do it because of their size, and the Japanese are able to do it too. So I think there were a couple of other questions. I'm worried about the time budget. So I'm looking forward to the podium discussion. So I think we'll delay the questions to then. So thank you, Mr. Koch, for your presentation. We have to adapt the time plan. So actually, the ambassador from Thailand, we'll have to listen to him before the break. First of all, the discussion with Mr. Meyer. So just a pre-warning that the ambassador from Thailand will speak before the lunch break. So now we'll carry on with our plan. So Klaus Meyer, who's going to join me here on the stage, CEO of MR Plant. He's also vice president of the BD and who's the patron of this event. So Mr. Meyer, we're not going to have a presentation. So we're going to have a couple of questions, so a small discussion here on the stage. So I've asked you, perhaps MR Plant Group What are the things that you are dealing with? What's behind that? So thank you very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak here. I'm Klaus Meyer. I am the founder and CEO of MR Plant Group. It's an engineering company. We have 10 companies worldwide. Classical production, assembly, logistics, optimization projects. We work with customers in aviation, in automobile, mechanical engineering. We are around about 400 engineers on our staff, and we attempt to deal with all the innovative topics that we've heard about this morning. We're hoping to bring them into realization, to reality. So not just technically, but in terms of holistically, and make them economically viable. So we can do an awful lot. We can fly to the moon, but we don't do it because it would cost us huge amounts of money. But we are on the way. The question is, what's the advantage of working with us? Is that we have huge know-how across industry. So in logistics, so automation, commissioning, automation, in fabrication, assembly, in vehicle, right the way through to food manufacturing. So, and that means that technologies which are especially developed for the future, that have to be sustainably viable, so they are brought into a daily life, and that's the important point. So you mentioned this internationality, this cross-industry. So you work outside Europe. So how do you see Germany as a location for automotive engineering? So is there a threat of losing production here in Germany? No, I don't think that production will move totally out of Germany. It will be more that the technology development, and here I agree with Professor Koch, we have a huge amount of know-how. We invented this high-end technology in the automotive sector, but in the last 20 years, we've sold it, we've gifted it around the world, or at least made it available very cheaply. We've done a lot to help countries because of their personnel costs, because of the situation there. They were cheaper. We've solved our production mentality, our production systems there. And so we shouldn't be surprised that if we get products from the company that are quality, are German quality, but are not German costs. So I think the mass, we won't be produced here in Germany. In Europe, they won't be produced. So I think they'll have to be produced around the world. The capacities and the nouns, to retain them here in Germany, we have to be careful about the way we think and the way we act as far as technology transfer is concerned. We must be quicker, we must be more precise, we must be have more quality. We have to be freer. So I think what I'm concerned about is that politicians, policies are important. Good policy is even better, is more important. What we need is reasonable, rational policy, but no policy in the industry. Generally, policy gets in our way because it regulates, it makes our actions, our lives more difficult, and it's more difficult to see a negative tendencies. What I say to my young engineers, and I heard they said when we went on a demonstration, we said we need more freedom, we need more self-administration, we need to be able to decide for ourselves. We must, and nobody must be able to get in the way. Today's generation, I think, what I see is it's not necessarily subjunctive. When they go demonstration, and they say, well, so stop other people doing this. Make a law that will stop us, will stop it from harming ourselves. And that's the situation. And I had a discussion with somebody, Frau Dr. Reitner, last night. So we had an exchange of opinions. So from the west and from the east. And I said, Dr. Reitner, I told her, I said, you have a huge advantage over me. And he said, what? She said, why? And I say, what we're going to be facing, you've already done it. You've been through it. That's the topic of politicians. Know-how transfer, so losing jobs in Germany. And if we do that, then it's our own fault because we encouraged others to take on those jobs. And because if that really happens, then every company, every person gets what they earn. So to stay with the economic effects, so do you see the opposite, that because of the energy crisis around the world, you'll see that production will come back to Europe, not just Germany, but to Europe? Do you think that will happen? We can see that. We see that with a large OEM. We don't see it with our OEM customers. Medium-sized companies, family companies, and we're one of them. Until this corona crisis, but let's not talk about the war. Crisis is as bad as corona is as bad as war. Well, maybe we didn't see that with not listed companies. We followed where they invested. We had a company in China, and I haven't been to my company since 2019. And if you told me that 5 years ago, and I would have said it was unthinkable that that I don't go and visit my own company. But it's not thinkable that I would have to spend 2 or 3 weeks in quarantine in China. That's a very egocentric point of view from playing on a very high level, first world problems. But in 2003, we set up our company, and when I went to China, and I was constantly being invited for meetings, high-end in engineering, I was being shown transfer fantastic projects. We earned a lot of money because the German engineers, the German engineering, German quality, German precision, they wanted all of that. And we did all of that. We earned good money. But now we can see the development that they don't think it has to be a German who does this anymore. They put the value, the focus on the Chinese, that they train their own engineers. And as Germans, we are seen as being extremely alien in China, as a partner who charges a lot of money for very little performance. And the friendliness, the amiability of the Chinese has changed, has reduced, and that means making investments there is not without risk. In all companies, we're all operating around the world, but the fact is, it's at the other end of the world, and de facto, you don't speak the language, and so you have to learn for a long time to deal with these framework conditions there. So what I would say is it's important it's much more risky than it was 10 years ago. So I think that's an argument for bringing production back. So I'm only investing in Europe at the moment because I can see that. I can take care of that. I don't have Europe under control. Europe doesn't have Europe under control, but I know what happens here. I know I can understand it, but I can't in China anymore. And I always said, people have said, it's just because I don't have an alternative. So thank you very much for that insight. So looking beyond, over the edge of the plate. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for being able to. I wish you all have a good day and all the best. So, as already mentioned, so we're now going to bring one advanced beats program point to before lunch. His Excellency Hanawat, the ambassador of Thailand. So unfortunately has to leave us this afternoon, and so Mr. Ambassador, Your Excellency, please come to the stage now, and also his colleague from the embassy.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I don't want to take you from your lunch, but this will be a two-person presentation, as our moderator just mentioned. It is indeed my honor to be here, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for the invitation to discuss the future of cooperation in the automotive industry between Thailand and Germany, particularly as we are very much aligned in terms of priorities, in terms of future directions for the automotive industry and the challenges that we face. This year, Thailand and Germany are celebrating 160 years of diplomatic relations. 160 years is only a figure, but it shows that we have been open to each other for 160 years. And what is notable is that what we are celebrating this year is future-oriented. And so we have activities such as an EV hackathon that involve the private sector and educational institutions of the two countries. This reaffirms the central importance of innovation in the transition in the automotive sector, which we are discussing this morning, and in which the two countries have a strong partnership, and this will enable us to work together to face future challenges. Let me stress that Germany is Thailand's most important trading partner in the EU, and Thailand, as the second largest economy in the ASEAN, is ranked among the top 3 ASEAN countries as a partner for Germany. The German-Thai Chamber of Commerce itself is celebrating 60 years in Thailand with over 600 members, and Thailand is also investing here. The Thai economy continues to expand after disruptions from COVID-19. The World Bank forecasts that the Thai GDP will expand at 4.1% next year. The economy is well diversified with a strong domestic production and consumption base and a qualified workforce. 2 key national strategies, the Bio, Circular and Green strategy and Thailand 4.0, aim to create a value-based economy driven by innovation, technology and creativity. I would just like to highlight 4 elements why Thailand is a serious partner and a partner of choice for Germany in Southeast Asia. Firstly, location and infrastructure. Thailand is strategically located at the heart of Southeast Asia with connectivity to the rest of ASEAN, the world's 3rd largest economy. The new infrastructures such as high-speed and urban rail, new airport hubs, and LNG and container ports will soon come online and further link Thailand to China and to East Asia and partners beyond. Second, reskilling and upskilling of our workforce. Education, skills development have been prioritized to transform Thailand towards an innovative and sustainable economy. Using German models of vocational education and training, Thailand has been working with the German Thai Chamber of Commerce and GIZ on dual education and training with leading German companies, to quote BMW and Robert Bosch. And we want to involve more partners from the Mittelstand. Third, the business enabling environment. Thailand's ranking in the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business list has moved up to 21 in 2020. The current elected government has provided stability to undertake vital reforms to the legal framework and investment environment. And this is since last month included improved conditions of stay for foreign investors. Finally, we have an evolving ecosystem for innovation and technology. Thailand already has a broad-based ecosystem and a complete supply chain for the automotive sector, including for biofuels, batteries, and parts. And this all supports the automotive sector, which is well placed for synergies with other high-tech industries. Meanwhile, Thailand ranks number 3 in ASEAN in the Global Innovation Index. As I give the floor now to Ambassador Nongnut Pecharat, my predecessor as Ambassador of Thailand to Germany and now Special Advisor to the EEC Office of Thailand, I would like to just to mention that we have regional special economic zones which benefit from tax and non-tax incentives which are tailored towards individual companies. Accordingly, the EEC, our priority area-based development initiative with target industries that include the automotive sector, seeks to further build upon the existing ecosystem into one for electric vehicles. Our EV promotion package is widely recognized to be one of the most aggressive in the ASEAN. And so we invite you to visit our country and explore the new investment opportunities, including through visiting perhaps one of the over 50 major trade fairs which will be held in Thailand from October until the middle of next year. Thank you. I pass the floor to my colleague.
Guten Tag, distinguished participants. I thank the ambassador for the kind introduction. I'll try to use 15 minutes before lunch, as efficient as possible. We have some PowerPoints to show. Thank you, the organizer, IHK Chemnitz, for organizing this important event. I learned a lot this morning, what the speakers have said, which is quite relevant of what we are doing in the Eastern Economic Corridor of Thailand. We are a national mega project set up since the year 2017, covering the 3 provinces in the eastern part, Chachoengsao, Chonburi, and Rayong. You may know Pattaya City. That's exactly part of EEC. We set up with 3 main principles that we have to be green, sustainability, we have to be technology and innovation-driven industries, and we have to provide excellent infrastructure and connectivity. So that's what we are doing. In fact, we quite benefit from, can you please change to the next page? We quite benefit from what we've done before 30 years ago, the Eastern Seaboard Development, which we already drawn major investments from around the world to this area. As Ambassador mentioned before, that Thailand is known for being in the central location in ASEAN. And the EEC, we are right at the Gulf of Thailand, between the South China Sea and in the east, and the Andaman Sea and the Indian Ocean in the west. With that, we have geographical advantage that would largely increase the potentials of EEC to reach out to major markets around the world. not only within the region. And 4 years after we start in the year 2017, investment target has been achieved. We made a target of around 47 billion US dollars. And for the next 4 or 5 years, we expect to make another target of around 50 billion US dollars. And that we expect investment would come from continued building infrastructures, as well as major industries like EV, smart electronics, digital industries, healthcare, biotechnology, recycling business, and many others that would receive quite good incentives. The next page shows that we are constructing major infrastructure facilities. As Ambassador mentioned before, we are preparing to accommodate the transport and logistic connectivity from EC and Thailand to countries in ASEAN, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, Europe, and the US. We already have Lam Chabang Deep Seaport set up 30, 40 years ago, but now it's being upgraded to phase 3, and that would enhance the capacity of Lam Chabang Deep Seaport to around 18 million TEU per year, and that would be automated warehouse and airport system and port system, including the data linkage as well. Utapao International Airport, due to be constructed at the beginning of next year. It will be expanding from the original airport to become international airport and the hub of the region. We expect to have passengers capacity around 60 million passengers per year. There will be cargo terminal, MRO, free trade zone, as well as other necessary and facilities. And we are in the process of negotiating with Leipzig Halle Airport for logistics and cargo cooperation. For the high-speed train, it is about to construct soon, and this will connect the 3 international airports in Bangkok and Utapao. Meantime, you can see that it isn't shown here, but the operating company for the high-speed train just announced that they are looking for suppliers and consultants in signaling, in all type of train system, like signaling suppliers, as well as like train control system, telecommunication systems, IT, and as well as equipments. Map Taput is the industrial part, which already undergoing phase 3 construction. This is, all of these we expect it to be completed in the year 2025 or latest 2026. The next page, I'm going into the subject of automotive industry. In Thailand, we expect that automotive industry is to be driven by new technology, and this is a major target industry for the EEC. I can see clearly the synergy between Germany and Thailand, as you are number 6 ranked of the world production, and Thailand now to number 10. The production, the vehicle production in Thailand has climbed up to the pre-level, almost to the pre-level COVID. Since this year, we produce 1.65 million units, and we expect the rate is going up. This volume account for 47% of ASEAN total car production. The figure last year has shown that, the next page please, has shown that automotive production in Thailand is coming back to the volume. As I mentioned, 1.6 million units, and 44% serve domestic markets, and the rest, 56% export. And the number 1 destination export is Australia, and this is about passenger cars. Next is Europe and the US, and also China, 11%, Philippines, Vietnam, Japan, Middle East, and Indonesia. And as Thailand made a very strong commitment in the Paris Agreement that we will move toward net zero green emission, greenhouse gas emission by the year 2050 and move towards carbon neutrality by the year 2065. Recently, the government has announced, I think it's time to change the page, please. Recently, the government has announced that the year 2030, about 30% of new cars produced are to be zero-emission vehicles. And by the year 2035, only full EVs can be sold in Thailand. But yes, there are many challenges for us in transforming from ICE to EVs, and we share, these painful experiences. But this is the task that we need to achieve. That's why since the year 2017, various incentives measures are issued by the government to boost investment and demand of EV in Thailand. They are more intensified recently, such as CIT exemption for up to 13 years, also import tax deduction for parts and components for new technology. There are details that we can show in the PowerPoint later on. For the transformation of Thailand's automotive industry, I think we started since 2017 until today. We have car brands like BMW, Mercedes, MG, BYD, Foxconn, Toyota to map out a plan for EV production. But it looks like that the production capacity is still not yet meet the increasing demands. As for the EV batteries, these are being produced by various manufacturers such as EV Lomo from the US, as well as major local companies. They are partnership with foreign companies as well in producing EV batteries. Famous technology companies such as Siemens, ABB, Delta Electronics, Tritium are constructing EV charging infrastructure. And some German companies like Continental, Broses Group, and TÜV are engaging actively, into EV-related business as suppliers of parts and components, smart electronics, and even, in testing and certification. The next page, you can see that we have prepared to promote the stronger ecosystem for EV and battery production. So we have two important facilities set up and opened already in the EC province named Chacheongzhou. One is the Automotive and Tire Testing Research and Innovation Center, and the other one is EV Battery Testing Center. And both are the collaboration between Thailand Automotive Institute and TÜV, the company from Bavaria. Also, next year we will have a big facility. Next year we will have autonomous driving test bed open at the EEC Innovation, which is a big facility set up in Rayong province, and this is intended. This platform is intended to back up R&D for industry. So EV vehicles, autonomous car is one. We have several local and foreign companies working together, to prepare, to do various functions such as creating EV platform, parts, components, and design, as well as in software and system integrations, also about policy and regulations and standard and testing. About the personnel, as Ambassador mentioned, we've been intensified in reskill, upskill, and also in our work integrated learning program, working with the private sector, universities, and so far 100,000 of personnel have been prepared And in fact, we provide incentives to the investors who would like to invest, in reskill and upskill training by providing like half expenses by the government, as well as you can use the expense for tax deductible up to 250%. The next page just show you briefly about the FTA that we have. Now we have FTA with 18 countries, particularly ASEAN, Japan, Korea, China, Australia, New Zealand, and some other countries as well. The most important thing is this FTA enabled zero tariff for EV export to those destinations. Meantime, the accumulative rules of origin, as allowed in this FTA, will enable the imported parts and components from ASEAN, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand to be qualified as local contents in Thailand. So with the rising oil prices, we see an increasing demand for EVs in Thai market. And as of this year, the next slide will show that the number of EV registration in Thailand has increased. Please change the slide, please. Yeah, this one shows that the number of EV registration in Thailand has increased to 18,600 vehicles. And this increasing rate is double since the year 2018. To be quick to the next page, charging stations are also increasing rapidly. As of now, there are around 1,400 stations, and we expect that by the end of this year, it will increase to 2,000 stations. And the target is by the year 2030, there will be 12,000 stations for EV charging. Some investment highlights on the next page. We already have EV manufacturing by MG, Great Wall Motors, Foxconn, and PTT Group as joint venture. BMW also is launching full EV production, BYD from China. And as for the battery plants, the capacity now is about 5 gigawatt. And we need to get more in the future. Thailand still lacks some technology for EV production, and we are looking for manufacturers in engine and drivetrain, especially electric traction motor. There are also demand for battery cell production. Please change the slide. Yes, this one you can see that we are still in demand for battery cell production, electronics related equipments and charger, EV platform, electrified booster, lightweight material, and also those are for the body and chassis and some others. The next 2 pages tell about special packages, which I mentioned to you before. Yes, but I don't go into details. Those who are interested, you can contact us directly, and we are ready to negotiate. We would like, in fact, to invite the Mittelstand from Saxony, to explore business opportunities in Thailand and the EC. We would like you to make use of the strong ecosystem and the network of supply chains that we can offer, for your long-term profitable investment in Thailand. So I'm sorry if I go beyond the time limit, but thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Chair, for Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Ganz herzlichen Dank dem
So vielen Dank, the two excellents from Thailand, from the embassy. Thank you very much for showing us something about your country. Thank you for staying for as long as you could. So Thailand, a country with a lot of infrastructure projects. So thank you very much to you all to allow us to adapt our plan like that. So I'd now like to let you go to lunch, and I hope that you have good discussions during lunchtime. And I hope that you will be back here, please, quarter to one, in an hour's time that you come back, and then we will continue with our program. So have a good discussions and enjoy your lunch.
Meine Damen und Herren, es ist wie angekündigt 12:45 Uhr. Ich darf Sie bitten, nehmen Sie Ihr Getränk, nehmen Sie Ihren Kaffee, nehmen Sie Ihren Gesprächspartner und bringen Sie all das gerne mit hier in den Raum, denn wir starten in den Nachmittag, wie angekündigt. Also kommen Sie kurz rein, wir warten noch ungefähr 1,5 Minuten und dann geht es auch schon los. So, ich starte noch einmal den letzten Aufruf. Bitte kommen Sie wieder rein zu uns, denn Herr Scharping wird bereits verkabelt, bekommt bereits sein Mikrofon und dann können wir nämlich auch in wenigen Augenblicken in den Nachmittag starten. Da steht uns bevor ein Blick ins Ausland. Wir schauen auf das Partnerland Indien am Nachmittag. Wir werden eine hochinteressante Podiumsdiskussion haben, auf die ich mich jetzt bereits freue. Und zuvor ist es aber durchaus dienlich, wenn wir den Nachmittag auch international gestalten wollen und da eben auch Richtung Asien schauen wollen, sich einen Überblick zu verschaffen. Und da darf ich jetzt jemanden begrüßen, der seit Jahren eine ausgewiesene Expertise für den chinesischen Markt mit.
So I'd like to welcome somebody to the stage. The former Minister for Defense and the former Minister President of Rheinland-Pfalz, Rudolf Scharping. Welcome to the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the confidence of the trust of the event presenter that I am the one who can bring you back, entice you back from lunch. So I don't have a presentation because I just want to present a few ideas to you which go together with the international situation in which the automotive industry finds itself, and indeed transport in general, logistics in general. The background for that is to start with this, is that the company that I set up 18 years ago and which I've been working with in China, and I've been working with the Helmholtz Society and other academic scientific organizations, and I've been operating or carrying out an energy dialogue for about 10 years to say, so how do we bring these stakeholders together? In view of this, I thought it might be interesting if I gave you a few thoughts. So you've heard from the presentations this morning what we're all discussing about it, the most important thing is there are two main things that stand. We don't talk about them. The first one is electrification of mobility. Brackets, we want to make our economy climate neutral. The others say we want to decarbonize our economy, so get rid of burning materials. It's two different things. Climate neutrality and decarbonization are not the same things. I'm just going to point out to what Professor Koch said earlier. The second point is that often is not on it is the digitalization. And behind both of those key words, electrification and digitalization on the other, is there's a question, the white elephant in the room, which everybody knows exists, but nobody talks about. And that is, how do we retain certain industrial core competencies? How do we maintain them here in Germany? And how do we stop Germany becoming a country that produces commodities that anybody can manufacture? How do we achieve what we saw in 2011, after Fukushima with Mr. Topfer? We saw with an expert commission the things that we were planned, or that was said. 2011, there was the decision to get rid of atomic power generation and other decisions. In that report back then, it said that Germany was a country that was which was building on its core competences on an industrial basis, and that's definitely true. So why are we beginning to disturb them now? That's my question to you. Are we destroying them? What's going on the international stage? If we look at the automotive market, then you'll see three areas: Europe, including Germany; Asia with China; North America with the United States. There is no continent, no country which has a automotive industry which deals with green topics with its automotive industry in the same way that Germany does. China is promoting electromobility, but it's setting up so the electromobility is going down, the support for it is going down, and at the same time hydrogen mobility is going up, and that is opening the doors for companies like Toyota, and is also promoting its own manufacturers. And it looks at Germany and Europe and says, it comes to the conclusion that its entire individual mobility wants to be set up on the basis of electric, and they think they don't need any molecules anymore. Then for us in China, it's not so bad, because we have the access to the raw materials, rare earths, lithium, and so on. We have connections with lithium mining companies. We have partnerships. They've just agreed one with Chile. We have all of the technologies here at home, battery technology, and we own the value added, the technology competence on the battery side, between around about 50% raw materials through to 80% of engineering. For an economy like China, that's an intelligent approach. It's rational. But is it an irrational approach for us? Well, I'd like to start from the point of view by pointing out the factor of chips. In Germany and in Europe, we have an ability to produce chips that nobody else can match. That's the consortium, the unpronounced consortium of Zeiss, Trumpf, and ASLM in the Netherlands. They have, the three of them have a monopoly, global monopoly for high performance chips. It's the basis for mobility, but also for artificial intelligence. And these three companies have a global monopoly. There are no other companies on the market apart from these three. No other company can produce these high performance chips. So you have to imagine there's a laser, and it can, using lithographic processes, it can do about 500,000 pixels per second, and can produce and help produce chips, certain types of chips. It's an astonishing performance, astonishing advance, and it's also the basis that Intel was based. If you look at the whole picture, then you can see why the United States says, well, you can have Intel, but don't send anything to China that use this high performance technology, because they can make the 8 or 9 nanometer chips, but they shouldn't be able to make the 4 or 2 nanometer chips. Chinese mustn't be allowed to do that, because then China would be unconquerable in those fields. If that's true, what we saw earlier, that we saw that more in an electric car there were more chips than in a normal car, then we have to ask ourselves, what does that mean? What consequences do the Chinese draw from that? Well, the Chinese say, well, now I want to turn up to meeting, I'm referring now to trade fairs with the VDA, the Chinese authorities and so on, and the OEMs. They're regular trade fairs, these meetings, and this took place. For the time, this was the first year that this meeting took place with no German political diplomatic involvement. And so the Chinese say, well, we have an approach that's what we think is the comparison from the space. We know from GPS, they have their own system. We know what the terrestrial infrastructure is. They can see what's in vehicles, and the imaginations they have is different from what the German OEMs have, because German OEMs they say we have to put most of this material into the car. There must be as many chips as possible, as many sensors as possible, as many cameras as possible. All of this is all from the idea of assisted or autonomous driving. And if you do that, then we have to answer the question, what will happen in connection with in a space-based high-performance system, JPS? So what's in the terrestrial system? So the predictions in the three major markets are very different, and it shows that we're not going into a digital division, we're also going we're splitting the markets as far as vehicles are concerned, particularly passenger cars. You can remember, the older ones of you can remember, we had what we do about exporting cars to vehicles. What do we do with the indicator lights? Because the American market has a different approach to it. It was nothing. That was not really worth talking about if we look at the differences of what's coming up on the markets. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, and it's already taking place. And so I'm wondering if the new productions of the cars of around about that, around 55 to 60% of those vehicles, depending on the year and the economy, if they are produced in Asia by Asian productions or joint ventures, 55, 60% of the new vehicles are produced in Asia. Is it realistic to expect or to hope that that German production technology investment strategy, that the standards will be set here, or whether whether we'll be able to set the standards here without coming to agreement with the stakeholders in other markets. I don't think so. I think that's not reasonable. Germany and Europe don't have the power, the authority anymore to set standards and expect that the rest of the world will follow those standards. That's a topic to do with chips, and I could take that through all of the digital chain, but finally what it comes down to, it will end up with a humorous, in inverted commas, a funny discussion, whether that's the chip manufacturers or the platforms, the software and artificial intelligence and so on, or whether it's the OEMs who win that argument. The demands on the German side are relatively simple. If you buy a car today, whether it's electric or ICE, it doesn't matter. You buy certain software packets, services, and the new model is, amongst other things, that if you don't extend your abo after 3 years, then those services will be closed down because then you don't need it. Maybe you don't want it, you don't extend it, you don't pay for it. And this kind of relatively simple example, you can see the trend that's coming there. So going back towards electronics and the question to molecules and electricity and other things. So for me, Germany is it's a beautiful country, but it's a little bit delicate. It's a country I love to live in. It's a country, when I fly to China, I always look forward to coming back to Germany, and for many reasons. But I ask myself, but well, now you're going to be 75 short, so why are you concerned about Germany? Then I visit my daughters, I visit my grandchildren, and then I know why I'm concerned about Germany. So what kind of future will they have in a country that is giving up its technological leadership and its innovation, and it's not bringing them into the market as it could possibly do, and it's not bringing it to the market like it really should. So a lot of talk, as we've heard about e-fuels earlier, and it's obviously completely right that the energy balance of e-fuels is terrible. The efficiency rate of 15–16%, that's really quite modest, to put it politely. But then, is that really what we're talking about? Are we talking about that we use electricity generated by solar, by wind? Is that what we really are talking about? Before I can use electricity, I have to generate it. The Federal Republic of Germany generates and uses around about 600 minus 10, 20 terawatt hours. Huge amounts of electricity. But if we say we want to make the German economy climate neutral or even decarbonize it, then we have to generate much more electricity. So I'm now referring to the Wuppertal Institute and about BASF, the industry, and the VCI, the Verband of the Association of Chemical Industry. And when I say that, okay, let's start doing that, then we have to, around about 600 terawatt hours, we have to make 2,200, 2,500. We have to increase that by 4 times. Fourfold. But we're also saying we want to work with international partners, and we want to do that with solar and with wind power. We have to achieve the goals of 2035. Here in Germany, we have to, every single day, we have to build 10 wind generators every single day. One wind generator is about 4,000 tons of steel, it's about the same height, it's half the height of the Eiffel Tower. But if we want to decarbonize industry or the economy, green steel, Tupan Croson, and how so many millions or billions introduced by Christian, do the calculation, 8% of, is about 8% of the German steel production, then well, if we want to do that generally green, then we have to not worrying about, we have to then we'll not only import the steel for the Autobahn bridges, we also have to import the wind generation. So we've already exported production of the rotor blades, so maybe we'll have to import the steel for the construction of the generators themselves. So as we know, wind and sun don't shine or don't blow 24 hours a day, so we have to talk about storage of the energy. That's why the discussion is about hydrogen. And now I'll come to the next point, because hydrogen is one possible way of storing the energy, but it's not the only one. If I was in a parliamentary, I would say it's almost a cynical, bitter reality that I'd like to display to you now. 2 examples of this cynical, bitter reality. First, there are developers who say we can make electricity out of any biological material. These researchers are being supported with considerable tax funds from taxing, but they can say, but we can also make it from sewage. And so now in Bavaria there's a major research, major study with refinery where the Bavarian municipalities and the technology operators and innovators and the refineries are trying to make 40 to 50,000 tons of oil as a kind of pilot project. That's the Fraunhofer Society. They get considerable money from the public purse, and now the legislature is saying at the same time, but they're also saying they give the money, but they're also saying we don't want to know anything about petrol, gasoline from these kind of research, these kind of sources. Other researchers have found out that we can match CO2 and hydrogen, and that's carbohydrone. The irony of that is that the patent for that is in the Federal Institute for Research Material. They are the onlys who can recycle CO2, but they want to they forbid CO2 being captured in the ground, that we export it to Norway so the Norwegians can do it for us. So what I want to show you is a certain kind of reflection, and I've got a few ideas here. So if we want to talk about the most efficient, if we have the most efficient drive to powertrains, if we have an extraordinary amount of innovation potential, if we have patents in our hands which we can do something with sensible here in Germany and in the world, then it's a clever, and that's a question, it's something that would be clever, this is a question for all of you, is that you try to make the deciders here in Europe and in Germany, in politics, and maybe in the media as well, is that we can do a lot more than just electric-driven e-mobility. We can do much more than that. And we can do maybe for ourselves and for security for ourselves, for the attractivity of our innovations, we can reclaim the technological leadership for it. And that very few people in the world have a concept. So I wanted to invite you to do that. That's why I didn't have a presentation. I wanted to just present it to you as I see it, and I wanted to invite you to join in this effort, because I know one thing. That is, if you're an election campaign, or if you're fixed on a certain path, then you have to do something that. So I can tell you this from my own experience, that in politics is that you don't give old answers for new questions and proclaim that's being constant. I think that's just being ideologies blinkered. The basic is we shouldn't be giving old answers to new questions. And I wanted to ask you to join in working and providing new answers to these new questions. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sharping, thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. If you have to leave, I know, but I would like to ask one question. I mean, what about ideology in Berlin? What do you think? What is the biggest mistake that the current federal government is making? The biggest mistake is, I simply take up your formulation for a reason of political correctness. I just take it up what you said. It's very difficult in this constellation that we have today to act and to decide quickly. The situation in which Germany is now requires clear, fast decisions. And this contradiction has to be resolved. And therefore, I think, just to give you an example, it gets getting a bit away from our topic today. When you fly to Canada or Qatar, it is not important what the countries are like. When you go there and say, well, I'm just having a problem, I don't have enough gas, I need something, 2023, 2024, 25, but afterwards I have restructured everything, then I won't need you anymore. When you go and take this message to others and tell them, please invest money, open up new gas fields, they will sell. I'm just expressing it in simple terms. They might say, are they crazy? You demand investment from us, which will pay off after 15 to 20 years. But then after 3 years, you will go away from us. This doesn't work out. And therefore, I believe it's the same as with the energy markets. You can say the price is an indicator of a scarce commodity. The commodity is scarce, the price goes up, and I subsidize the price. You can do this, but it's one of the few points where I agree with Mr. Lindner and the CSU. It's nonsense in such a situation to do without available sources of energy or power generation. In such a situation, you should not do under any circumstances. When looking at what we discussed here, electric mobility, what do you believe? How does it pay out of when we remain at an electricity price as it is today? How can you calculate it? And what will manufacturers do? What we demonstrated to you with regard to batteries, this is met by a condition where the mining of lithium in the world has been stagnating over the past 2 years. And there's a good reason for that. It's not trivial. And if we now say, oh yes, we will build lithium batteries, and it does not mean anything else, the CO2 emission is reduced or avoided here with the battery. But on the other hand, in the countries where the raw materials are mined, the CO2 footprint will become higher. It is like this. It doesn't make sense to believe, and I'm back to your original question and come to the end of my answer. It makes no sense believing that you can pursue policy against the laws of physics. At some point of time, you will find out it's like the Newton's apple fell down, and it will also fall onto your feet. I hope I didn't shock you. Mr. Scharping, thank you very much for this insight. And it was not a lengthy answer. It was really interesting, and thank you very much. And see you again next year. Then we come to the panel. I welcome Mr. Köhler. He will put us on track for the panel. And please, Mr. Köhler, thank you very much. Mr. Reske, thank you very much. I have been asked, due to the shortage of time, to read out my presentation in 10 minutes. I will try to make it as understandable as possible, but the good thing is all the previous speakers have already touched upon the issues that we are also going to discuss in the panel. Now I do not know whether it doesn't work out here. Okay. I tried to do something with regard to the topics that you discussed in previous presentations, and to give a brief outline of them. But first, the question maybe we got the wrong presentation, but doesn't matter. I will just discuss it. What are the big trends? I had a few slides, they disappeared. What are the big trends in the automotive industry? They all were discussed here: electrification, autonomous driving, digitalization, and in the case of digitalization in the vehicle itself, operator models, and the value-added chains. The importance of these topics, when you look at the congresses of the past 10 years, the importance has been modified again and again. Once autonomous driving was at the forefront, and then mobility, autonomous driving, then electrification, and some people say that in the next 20 years we will not reach level 5 in terms of autonomous driving, and there are of course ranges and that we have to take into account. Increasingly, or in addition to the transformations that we see in the automotive industry, we also have the various crises that were already mentioned here: semiconductor crisis, supply chain disruption, Ukraine war, rising prices of raw materials, inflation, and the disruption in the automotive industry. And the German automotive industry is looking for the right ways. This has also been discussed here again and again in different presentations, and I'm looking forward to what we are going to discuss in the panel and what kind of topics will be brought up again. What is important for me is this sentence at the bottom here, and I think Mr. Scharping also mentioned this in one of his presentations. The automotive industry is threatened by the next collapse in China. These are different issues that have to be taken into account. What Mr. Meyer said is something I liked very much. In the past 2 years, I was not in China and didn't see my company And many companies are confronted with the same situation in the political transformation towards a state-governed economy. And many companies ask themselves the questions, am I still right there? Is it good to be there? On the other hand, to distract from Russia, when you talk about Russia, should be careful. We may see a Taiwan crisis. You should go to other markets. It's very naive to imagine this when you consider that China has a market of 26 million vehicles. It is the quantity of Europe. They have between 10 and 13 million per year, and America also between 10 and 13 million together. So it's more or less out of the 80 million vehicles sold at the moment worldwide, around 1/3 goes there. And our automotive manufacturers account for 40%. That is Volkswagen, Mercedes is 35, BMW 30. And you can imagine to withdraw from such a market, it is nonsense and it's not possible. The second thing is procurement. Mr. Sharping, you talked about the chip issue. The Chinese cannot produce less than 7 nanometers, that's right. But now the bad news. The automotive industry currently needs, and also maybe in the next few years, no chips smaller 7 nanometers, but they use chips between 9 and 64 nanometers, and they are being produced in China, at least 70% of them. That's to say, this dependence and the investment in new factories which are being carried out in Korea, Malaysia, Japan, and America, all smaller 7 nanometers when they are building for the future. And you cannot expect really any relief for the automotive industry out of this. The next topic, of course, is the war in Ukraine. And how did companies respond to it? Most of them stopped their Russia business. There are some very courageous ones, like Leonie, the network specialist. Suddenly they found that 70% of all cable harnesses came from Ukraine. And before that, nobody thought about this. And therefore, the company had no other choice than trying to set up continue production there. And I just found out in the meantime, it has been developing quite well. But the positive aspect of such a crisis, and this is just one example, is the question automation with regard to the assembly of harnesses. This automation has not succeeded so far, but the assembly of cables has not been automated. And due to the Ukraine crisis, some people tackled this issue. I remember when I was writing my doctoral thesis 30 or 40 years ago, we were already trying to do this. And the good thing is that out of a crisis, you can also create innovation. In Germany alone, around 8 institutes are working on the automation of so-called bending parts. And this would solve the problem of harness assembly. One big topic is raw material crisis. The raw material crisis will draw us into disaster if it's not possible. Mr. Sharping mentioned it, or as a lithium, for instance. The production will not be increased further for various reasons. It will lead to future bottlenecks in the market. The same applies to cobalt. Currently, there's a certain peak, a little bit of relief, but the raw material shortage will go on. Yet in the past, per vehicle, the raw material price was around 1,000 euros per vehicle. Today, for the ICE, we have 3,600 euros per vehicle due to the increase in raw material prices, and for an electric vehicle, it's 6,800 euros per vehicle that are caused by raw material prices per vehicle. And therefore, the topic of recycling is an extremely important one. Everyone took up this issue, and there are still many barriers to go forward in this respect. We can only hope that the companies are successful in this respect, because without recycling, it won't work out in the next few years to overcome these raw material problems. Disruptions. Manufacturers, and this has already been mentioned today by various participants here, and there were also questions regarding this. Manufacturers take over more value creation from suppliers. The entire value-added chain between suppliers and the OEM will change drastically. The OE, due to the battery that they cannot produce themselves with regard to the basic substances they only mount it. It has a share of around 30% of the entire vehicle, and because of this, when this goes up again, a lot of value creation will be lost for the OEM. And the same applies to suppliers. I recently talked to a Bosch manager. He said that a diesel, for instance, requires 9 employees in the powertrain. And for the electric vehicle, they just need 1 employee. That is to say, today, these 200 billion today were, in terms of value added between OEM and supplier, will shrink to an order of magnitude of around 30 billion or less. And altogether, the supplier market, which creates around 560 billion worldwide, will go down to 300 billion. Although we will have to say, I'm talking about the conventional and existing supplier market. Of course, new topics will develop, and then they will lead to new suppliers. You can here see the shift in the change of the value-added shares between OEM and supplier in the powertrain, the electric drive, and in electronics. Increasingly, the OEMs will take over areas which are today in the area of suppliers. One big topic is value added in terms of software. This has been discussed already. There are studies performed by various institutes. They forecast that at least in 2035, the value-added part of a vehicle will be 60% software. Of course, it depends on how the various driver assistance systems and infotainment and autonomous driving, mobility networking, and connectivity will develop. But this order of magnitude has to be taken into account. And the bad news is that, of course, further players will emerge in the market. They have the original core competence of software development. And we think Foxconn, Google, Apple, whatever, companies that are already dealing with this topic of autonomous driving and the software topics, and they are very secret about it, but they have gone very far already, and they offer a coherence for our competition for our existing industries, and also amongst OEMs. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, the question during some conferences, there were discussions whether the e-drive will really become predominant. I think for the so-called lightweight area, it's a passenger car up to 2.8 tons. This question has been answered. Electric mobility will replace combustion engine. And now the topics that Mr. Koch mentioned, how maybe some things will be rethought. But I think in addition to the electric motor, there's a competition of various technologies. And the question arises, how will this manifest in the future? But the forecast is that at least in the next 10 years, it will be exclusively electric mobility up to 2040 that will be prevalent in Europe with a share of 80%, in China with 56%, and in North America with around 48%. Whether they are right, I do not know. But as things are developing at the moment, the trend is foreseeable. Now, good news at the end, despite all the issues that I tried to outline here, also that the previous speakers have put up, the German or the European automotive industry is earning profits like never before. The forecast for 2023 is a doubling of profits. Altogether, the European industry has a profit of around 50 billion in 2021 and 90 billion forecast for 2023. What's the reason of this? It's the scarcity. We are running into stagflation worldwide, but above all in Europe. And this means scarcity of the offer leads to higher prices. This is a spiral that is difficult to break. The manufacturers can sell their vehicles for more money. They do not have to offer any concessions or discounts. And one automotive manufacturer, cars that are 1 year old are sold higher than the normal price because they are just available. And these are vehicles that are 1 year old. And how this trend will be continued. Daimler says 16% EBIT margin and Porsche 25% and BMW also 15%. How this trend will be continued, this is a big question. And the bad news in this respect is that the big suppliers and many smaller ones are at zero profit or only have minimum profit and cannot benefit from this because in the B2B they cannot pass on the prices, contrary to the OEM that can pass on these prices to the final customer. This was a brief outline. I could have said something more. I left out something because this was already mentioned by previous speakers. And therefore, thank you for listening to me, and I hope that we will have an interesting panel discussion and that all these items that I mentioned will be discussed more profoundly. Thank you very much, Dr. Köhler, for this overview. And now I would like to ask the panel participants to the front. Mr. Henschel, Mr. Kaschewski, Mr. Koch, Mr. Schalschmidt, Mr. Ernst.
So, So it doesn't matter where you sit. Please, you've all got microphones, so it should be not a problem. So Mr. Sharping, Mr. Köhler, doing what the Congress is here, making contact. So whilst the wiring up is carrying on, so I don't think I need to introduce everybody. I think we can just, from Mr. Henschel, is from the Stadtwerke in Zwickau, municipal suppliers, the energy suppliers here in Zwickau. And I was watching you, listening to the presentations. So I think you were shaking your hands a few times. Perhaps we can talk about that in a moment. Mr. Gaszewski, who won an award yesterday with the August Horst Prize. So in car, I think you all know, Herr Stahlschmidt, also I think a well-known face. So here in Chemnitz, so that's why I made the mistake, Zwickau and Chemnitz. So we're delighted that you're here. So e-fuels, we heard about that earlier. So Mr. Koch, where you know, Mr. Adams. So thank you for joining the panel discussion here. So Mr. Koch. And then of course Mr. Köhler on the end there. So Mr. Ernst, I'm going to start with you. Everything we've heard today, the critical voice is, do you have the feeling that in the federal parliament, that the MPs, maybe even the MPs that are dealing with energy and industry, whether they are aware of these problems? So I'm going to say it, whether they really are aware of the issues. Is there an awareness there? Well, no. So I was afraid of that answer. So the debate about the energy supply, so what can we do with the mobility? It's driven by ideology. So there are certain ideas about how the world should develop, but the factual level is left very often behind. So that's why I'm delighted to be here in this forum, because the reality, facts are here, because the reality is leading us to that we see developments that we can see in the medium term are not the right developments. So I'm going to say it very brutally, that our industry, Germany's industry, is that we're going to shrink it. For some people that's good news. They like it because we think there's too much industry, we produce too much CO2, we have to change our lifestyles to get out of this crisis. So I don't believe that. I think there are technical solutions, but this is an ideological approach, and it's getting in the way of finding a common solution. So there's a lack of recognition. So I think that's quite a strong statement. So the consequence is, if you take that to the end, that something is being decided and being discussed and then decided, but then it's not on the basis of the facts that you need. Maybe there's two different approaches. One is that one. There's that we really need to go back to nature, less industry. Then we have less CO2 emissions. Put it that in very basic terms. There is that exists. They know perfectly well what they're doing, what the effects of that are. So energy prices explode. Then they know perfectly well that there are consequences that will then have an extreme competitive disadvantage to the USA. And it's not a short-term problem, it's a medium-term problem. But if you have the approach that the reduction of CO2 is the only way to do it via prices, then it goes in the development that everybody on less CO2 is good. The consequences for the people, so whether people are ready to accept these consequences, whether they have a different, that doesn't play any role. So the prices are going up, or maybe have to, the market reduce the demand, the price goes up, then the CO2 will be reduced. That's a catastrophic approach, I believe. So before we rechange, this is going back to electricity. So in the current discussions, where's the energy coming from? Where are the networks stable? So where does the gas or the electricity, how does it get to the consumer? Can it be decided on, is it being decided on the fix? It's my experience, it's ideological thoughts that are playing a role here. So I think it's very difficult, this position we're bringing ourselves into it. If we look at the overall grid system, we have to think on a European level. In Germany, we're in a system, this isolated way of looking at it. It's wrong to think that we can deal with the problem ourselves. If we look at from generation, I think Mr. Sharping presented this very well. We have to work on the basis that the presentation, electricity with 80 gigawatts, with heat pumps and electric cars, the increase will go up 110, 120 gigawatts. And we have at the moment, we have a guaranteed supply lower than that. And 30 to 40 gigawatts hours, we have to take that from the market. And what that means is we're doing exactly the opposite. We're not producing, we're not making, we're taking supply out of the market. And if I look at it, Germany, if I look at France, so about 50% is atomic energy is not available. And this demand for electricity has to be covered. And this is part of the producers have to keep the frequency stable. If that doesn't happen, then it's clear what will happen. There will be a reduction of supply on the market and then an increase in demand. And that will lead to, we'll see price explosions on the market, the kind of thing you could see only. So this isolated approach, so France, the atomic, can you see how far the preparations advanced for the real case? You heard the presentation yesterday of Hankowski. So what are we turning down? So how far advanced are your plans? So I'm going to talk about gas market, where the providers are there. So alarm level 2 has been called out. And here in Zwickau, we have around 50 customers that will be hit by these close downs. We've communicated this to them. We are predicting demands for the future. We're doing that every day. So looking at the weather, looking at the behavior, so we can show what the customers need tomorrow. We give that to our suppliers, and the guaranteed suppliers, so the households, the organizations that are supplied for public life, they are protected. And we're currently discussing how we can implement that process. We will want to reduce somebody's supply if they are hit economically extremely hard. So we don't have any option to really reduce the supply to somebody. Well, I think the very, very last weather is I think it's, if we take energy, we subsidize the system with 250 billion euros over the next 2 years. And I think how are the future generations going to pay for that? And if we want to and if we're in danger of collapsing the whole system, and I think we need to get away from ideology and think in terms of technology to find the supplies of energy here in Germany. So energy, I want to stay there, and then we'll come to mobility. Mr. Herr Staatsmann, have you got any options in your systems? Can you save energy, apart from closing them down? So that a lot of our customers are already doing that. So they're looking at a number of companies, they're energy users, consumers, they're closing down their production, they're reducing production. So, and if you look at the scenario, you've got this the dependency that we can see industries between each other. It's a vicious circle, and we're already seeing this beginning to take place. Automotive industries, PVC, less raw materials. So where do the parts come from? That delays supply. So reducing energy consumption. Everybody's trying to do that, but particularly in the process plants, there are limits to how much we can reduce consumption. Everybody's doing it at home, but we can't do it forever. So this is the link between energy prices and to mobility. So the question is, what does charging the car cost? Mr. Sharping talked about it. So I just bought a hybrid. I can do both. I don't think it's cheaper. So it was just an argument I used to get a new car. So Mr. Koch, if we look at energy price, a kilowatt hour is around 37, 38, and 39 cents. Some of them are much above that. Is that if its electromobility is much higher, is it better than what you put in a tank? So euphoria. So every extreme goes past. Life is a marathon. Another extreme euphoria wave that we saw in politics, and I want to understand. The colleagues have done tremendous work, and it's fantastic what they've done. But electromobility, if it has a future, in 2015, the energy costs won't, the tax costs, production costs will mean that we can't, we need the second leg. The question is when we need it. The energy costs are the strong effect on the consumer's behavior. And I think in 2 years we need to sit down the pros and contras. So energy costs will be a major lever, but then where will the fuel price be? €1.60 maybe, €1.80. So 2.40. It's very difficult to predict. The cost in some and the energy costs are a very strong lever for the second reason for e-mobility. So if you think about talking about thinking about something, I think what Mr. Ant said was very welcome. Here in Germany, you can't give your children as an Indian or as a gypsy. You cause all kinds of difficulty. But in education, I think physics is being. You can't save energy. You can't produce energy. So if you say that, you fail your exams. These kind of formulas are, whether it's idiocy or it's just not thinking about something. So this is a problem. We need factual basis. The physics and mathematics is being done down. I don't want to talk about it. Why? But it's very painful to see. So the transformation. So that's not my fault. Mr. Kohler, I think you wanted to say something. Yeah. I just wanted to add to this presentation by Mr. Koch, I think was fantastic. So these arguments, you don't find them very often. This whole topic, electric, is the only topic, but the biggest argument for this second point is 1.3 billion vehicles currently. and we have a rough estimate of around about 13 years. These 1.3 billion vehicles are on average 13 years old. So if you want to produce an electric vehicle now, you need around 25 to 30 years, theoretically, until this vehicle stock has been replaced by electric vehicles. So this new approach, if you take Mr. Koch's approach, then the whole vehicles that already exist, you could make them CO2 neutral. Maybe you need a few special, really old vehicles. So Mr. Koch knows better than I do. But that's a fantastic argument that we don't hear about it. And I don't understand why. I'd like to add something. So you're 100% right, factually, but the argument is dangerous because it's being used by people who want to stop synthetic fuels. Mr. Stahlschmidt, you'll agree with me. The particular life of a plant is 30 to 50 years, and then it's long-term industry. We're talking about, so 1,000, a billion, a trillion, so 1,000 billion euros, dollars. And if somebody says now, but actually somebody says, we said only need for current vehicles for 20, 25 years, then that will stop the investment because the capital won't go into that direction. Then the argument, that's why that argument is so very dangerous for the changes. But the politicians have to think that because that's what they'd save so much CO2. Then you're assuming that CO2 savings is the highest political goal. But it only works out with the vehicles, the existing vehicles, if I have an infrastructure. But in Lahore, in other regions where a huge number of very old Mercedes-Benz are driving, that my argument is. But is the energy being decided in India rather than in Berlin? So the Chileans say we'll make the fuel. The question is whether in Europe. The question is we'll make it, but the question is, do you in Europe want it? And the question is whether we in Europe will participate in these fuels. Mr. Ernst, so a practical example. It come from a small party, the Linke, the left party. So we'd have so an Earl Sheikh, and he called me. He said we have to come visit us. So I've got 10% synthetic fuels that I can mix into my fuel, my petrol, my gasoline. So if you use my fuel, then it's 10% reduction in CO2 emissions. So these medium-sized companies in this oil organization, fantastic idea, I thought. There was an opening, the mayor was there, the local chief executive of the region, and so we were worried about Corona, but this is reality. This is what reality is that they just simply do it. But nobody realizes it, and the political debate is going in the direction. Is technological openness. There's a discussion if they don't really want to change anything. And that's the dangerous thing in the debate. So a final example, I think you said this very nicely. There are different approaches, different solutions. Maybe electrical in certain areas, in other situations, is synthetic fuels are the right approach. And I think the important thing is that we get these people together who we're finally here together, that we start an offensive to bring this, to get some speed behind this, get some force behind this argument. But I don't really trust myself to say, because then the grooms who want to slit my throat, because it's not the right moment. And we have to work with. And so we have to do this debate. we want to, the Chileans who are working with Siemens Energy, they've already started something, a huge project, because there are examples. We must put them in the spotlight, and then perhaps we can get more energy, because the result, the social aspect that you were talking about, mobility, it must be available to all of us. We must stop it being reduced to an elite, and I think that's very important. Atacama was Porsche's trying to produce e-fuels and bring them into Germany. So, Herr Trzaskowski, we heard the discourage is that what's being decided in Berlin or not being decided in Berlin, there's a lot of discomfort with that. Does that touch you as an entrepreneur, or do you say it's going in the wrong direction?
Basically, I would say yes. I said in another round, the confidence with regard to the Berlin government has been destroyed a lot, not just amongst entrepreneurs, but also in the population. Last week, I had a meeting with my people in the company because I got hints from the employees. There was a lot of uncertainty. I didn't have anything new that I could report to them. I just wanted to create a certain positive atmosphere and to tell them that we will go on and show things in a realistic way and to give them the feeling that we are a big community and somehow we will manage. But the confidence has been destroyed, and with all the various measures, strange measures and tools that are being used, it's getting worse. A finance minister, to be honest, I even liked Mr. Lindner, but now he says that 295 billion, that what I heard yesterday, a special asset. These are no new debt, so we do not disrupt the debt limit. But we do not run into debt, but we borrow new money. And if you expect the population to believe that, and it has been said again and again today, it's money to fight against the consequences of something when you do not know exactly how. And nobody actually knows what should be done, but this doesn't calm down people because they do not tackle things at the root. It's not a strategy. That's what people want to see. They need something they can stick to it, want to know what's the plan. And for us as entrepreneurs, it's even more important when I look at energy costs in the next months. I looked at two sides of my group. One is in Romania and one is in Germany. They do make similar products. When I compare costs, then next year I will be forced to make a decision that I do not want to take. But it doesn't work out anymore. Either I have to pass on the costs to my customers, but this will not always succeed. We are very efficient there, yes, but it will not work out. We are driven in a direction that it's a human catastrophe. I want to say it very openly, but there's no alternative. If we do not understand and do not go away from this black and white thinking, there's only this or that, this is pure ideology. What we need is an open discussion about solutions across party limits. We in Germany have the biggest problem, Europe too, but people laugh at us. We have some sites in other countries, and we know how European partners think about us. It's all this something that we do not want to hear. But we always pretend being the greatest, and we produce a lot of nonsense, to be honest. Open discussions, stop black and white thinking. We need efficient solutions for things, and if solutions are efficient, and this applies to mobility, to come back to the topic, if the usefulness of mobility in a certain storage medium or in a certain drive medium is efficient, it will prevail for economic and ecological reasons, not because I specify something. No, it will have to work out in other things. Now, when we stick to the 200 billion, does it provide more security for planning? Because you think, due to the support by the government, you do not face so many people who can't pay their bills, because we get part of it from these special assets created by the government, these 200 billion euros. When you look at actual rise in prices, they will not be sufficient to compensate this rise in costs. It will be only part of it. When you look at the distribution grid, it's only the high voltage part. When you want to keep prices stable, you need 18 billion out of this special asset. And when you add up the importers in the gas sector just to fulfill their supply obligations, they will also support it, not just Uniper, but others too. These will be 40 billion euros. And this is just to secure supply. We have not yet reduced any prices. When you look at the 250 billion, if you take out these effects and distribute between power and gas, 2/3 of gas, we need around 600 terawatt hours in electricity and 1,000 terawatt hours in gas. When you look at these huge volumes and look at the relief project, you have 5 cents in terms of gas. When I look at the forward market, how it will develop in the next years, there are still expectations that the market has in available energy and available producer prices. And when I look into 2023, I get I'm very unhappy when I look at this. When you look at the spot prices, they are at 60 cents per kilowatt hours. The power electricity in 2024 is at 250 euros per megawatt hours without any additions, any surcharges in 2024 and 18 cents per kilowatt hour. And the expectation is there that at some point of time energy will be available at a reasonable price in huge quantities. And in August we saw that a lever starts, that the prices may change within 1 week. They may double within 1 week. We had electricity prices of more than €1 per megawatt hour. And no system, no subsidy can cope with this. And this is what the companies always calculated with constant prices for energy. And the competences in the companies have to be built up to face the market, because the decision and the market expectations have become a factor to work profitably or not, as Mr. Kraszewski said. But if political interference with the market are so big that you go up or down 30 cents, you can build up competences, you can no longer master the system. We need a market interference to make available more energy, to buy it in the world market, to create the infrastructure and to calm down the market. Otherwise, as a national economy, we will have a big problem, and 250 billion euros will not mean anything. Thank you very much for this, Mr. Henschel. Now I will come to mobility. Mr. Schachman, the e-fuel car. When will the first car be fueled with e-fuels or filled with e-fuels? There are some of them. It will start soon. Look at this green poster transformation. I mean, this Congress has become transformed in the past 2 3 years. Professor Koch and I were the only ones who spoke about e-fuels, and you, Mr. Ernst, also spoke in favor of this topic, but now you hear something about it in nearly every presentation. That is to say, people start to open up for this topic. And it's a very political congress this year. Also, the political wall is starting to crumble. These ideologies to forbid something like this will fade away. And Mr. Koch, you said this. We were at the same meeting where a gentleman said, if Germany doesn't buy the e-fuel from us, if you do not want to have it, we sell it somewhere else. And when you look at the world map, where such projects springing up, are coming up. In Spain, we have such projects that want to produce methanol. This is one example for energy storage. Can produce from petrol or kerosene. This is our strength, and a lot of things are happening. And from our point of view, and also for of interest for something new, CAC, we are working on concrete projects in Germany, and soon an investment decision will be taken for the construction of first commercial plants. But still, to answer the question of time, each construction of a chemical plant lasts around 3 years, no matter whether big or small, and it will take some more time, but it's coming. And Professor Koch wanted to say something about it. 2 sentences first. That e-fuels and biogenic fuels, biofuels, they can already be bought today. They have CO2 reduction percentage from food waste and other biogenic products. In Germany, it is forbidden. In other countries, it is widespread. E-fuels, what you need is money, know-how, sun, wind, and an area. And where countries have all this. The plants already exist. 2 years, 3 years ago, Aramco was here and talked about the analysis. How do we get it at low cost in liquid form? But when the first tanker has arrived and Germany says we don't want to have it, then the others will say, okay, we will take it. It's quite clear. A lot of diesel, petrol, kerosene is used worldwide. And each first plant is just a drop in the ocean. But still, it has a potential to reduce CO2 emission. Or still a lot of CO2 emerges at the back of the car. But if I put it at the top, then I have a circular economy and have solved part of the problem. But Mr. Koch, will it be like this, that Germany has the know-how for the plant, but due to the lack of renewable energy, which is a bit difficult in Germany, that we cannot put it into practice? Yes, exactly. It's a big opportunity for our country. In Germany, it was always very good in terms of energy usage and generation, coal, oil, and so on. We were always very good in terms of technology. And again, we might become a leader worldwide. But in Arab countries, in Patagonia, in Australia, there's crude products, intermediate products are being produced and are sent to us like crude oil. And we in our refineries can refine it to obtain the final product. The path is the same. We have our refineries here, but the product has to be generated on site, and we need our know-how, our catalysis, and our systems. The idea that we become very independent in terms of energy, this will never be put into practice, because we need huge amounts of energy, and with our climate, because we know that the development of renewable energies is mainly concentrated on solar and wind. I'm in favor of doing this, that we use the crisis to build up more renewable energy. There was not enough power behind it in the past. This is something we have to do, but independent of this, we can only bring about a turnaround in energy if we get this from countries where they have more sun and wind. In Chile, the wind is always blowing at constant speed, and such a wind turbine is much cheaper than setting it up here. And it would be like this, that energy can be bought from there. Some people do not want to have it. They want us to use less, whether green or red or something. This is what I understand by ideology. Now, I still have a bad idea I would like to say here. It's about energy as a whole. We all agreed that all energy sources have to be used in this situation now. to get across the mountain. Our offer is too little. It's not responsible that in the current situation we do not talk with Russia. I say it openly. Of course, we have a war. That is against international law. This is a crime, yes. But that we, as a state, who built up its wealth for 50 years on this cheap energy, that we cut off this cheap energy, that we do not get it. If I have a lot of sanctions, now we have the AIDS package, and Merz said already in beginning in February, we can cut off from Russian gas, and all the storages would be empty now if we had done this. That is to say, in this situation, we have made agreements with Russia to restore some of the sanctions, and the other hand, for a certain period of time, to get energy from them. And I look at surveys in these countries, the majority of citizens, inside the last survey, the majority of citizens supports this position. When you say this in Berlin in discussions, it happened to me, then you are someone who has no empathy for Ukraine. You are a criminal yourself because you have just said this, and this policy to cut off ourselves from our energy supply for a period of time, if we could get it for a certain period of time. Otherwise, we will not manage the transition. We were on a good way. We extended renewable energy systems. We were on a good way. And for the transition period, we would have needed a reasonable gas supply. Then we would have managed with this energy turnaround. But now we won't manage because we destroy our industry because of the shortage of energy, not so much because of e-mobility. When you talk to the glass industry, they tell us investment is not paying off. We won't invest anything. The prices will go down, and they go bankrupt because they can't produce anymore. And we in Germany, people, if we want to go on, if we want to maintain our supply chains, we need reasonable energy. It's irresponsible that Mr. Habeck is always arguing, and it talks a lot of nonsense. He doesn't go to Russia and talks to the Russians. He says he do not want to negotiate, but Orban goes there and has cereals, a grain agreement, and our people do not manage it to do it. I think, Mr. Köhler, we just, in the short break we said, you see what investors worldwide are thinking about. How do they look at Germany at the moment? I forgot to introduce myself. For many years I was in the boards of the automotive industry and supplier industry. And in 21 I stepped down from a CEO post in the supplier industry, and I advise foreign investors from London, US and Asia who want to invest in German automotive industry, or have already invested, or want to invest, or want to disinvest. And I said already 60% currently want to do the latter. In particular, they feel they are afraid that their investment will be lost. And they look very negatively on Germany. And you said already, when you are abroad, and some people will point at you and tell you that you are crazy, and they sometimes talk about stupid Germans as a headline in certain newspapers, and this is really serious in newspapers. And they argue about how we are destroying ourselves gradually with all the topics that you have discussed. So money disappears when there is no benefit, and investors respond to such statements of the New York Times, where I really are quoted as being foolish guys. This means, if you ask me how do I look at it, I see it from the point of view of investors that I look after. They are very negative. Around 1.5 years ago was different. They were very strongly in the direction of conversion in industry. The Germans are innovative, and now with all these non-decisions of our federal government and what we are doing in the energy sector, but also, as I said, I try to show it how our industry is developing. There are some winners. These are those in the automotive industry, the OEMs, but all the supplier industry is suffering. Let's take Continental or Schaeffler. Well, some time ago, they had profit EBIT between even EBITDA between 10 and 12%. When you take out the tires as Continental, they now have a loss of around 1 billion, and nobody knows how they will get back on track. And the same thing happens with Schaeffler, Bosch. It doesn't reveal anything. This is a foundation, and they are a rather closed shop. These are the big ones in our supplier industry. And when you look at one stage below this, you can already see the winners and losers. There are some that really have managed the conversion, developed fully in the direction of electric industry. They have shrunk and have only this range. They are the winners, and there are those who are still in the area of combustion engines. They are starting to see that orders go down, and the German manufacturers are trying to transfer their combustion engine business to other countries and concentrate on electric vehicles alone. And this is very negative for investment. You can see it also in terms of money, in terms of direct investment in Germany. They were reduced drastically in the past 6 months, nearly to zero. Mr. Koch, you wanted to say something? Stupid Germans, you mentioned this. We were angry about the government in Berlin, but there's a second component. Since February, energy and oil has remained at the same level in terms of costs, but the euro has gone down considerably. That import is becoming so expensive, and we have a big currency problem. This is not due to Berlin, and these costs are also transferred to the companies, and they have to earn the money when you have such a weak exchange rate. This is another huge problem. It's not just the stupid Germans. There are enough Germans who complain, but I'm with you. There are enough stupid Germans. With regard to the currency issue, we are confronted with the European Union, and my investors tell me that they also discuss about the systems, and they have a very good insight. It's nothing else than the interest difference between the US and Europe. And Europe, it looks at the ECB, they are too slow. If they had the same speed as US, we would have the next financial crisis in Europe, because the states have huge debts. Italy with 260% of the GDP, we only have 70% debt. But let's take Portugal, Spain. They have more than 150, 170%. That is, the ECB cannot respond in the same way as the Federal Reserve. And this creates this interest difference, and the money goes where they get higher interest rates. And this pulls us down. And we do not get out of this because our neighbors have such huge debts. And these are other ways than just Greece. Nothing against our Greek friends. This is just peanuts, but these are weighty countries. These are topics we could talk about the ECB and about the British and their past, but time is not enough for that. It's a good news after these difficult news. We have cake outside. This may be a disruption, but it serves your personal strength. And then we will start. Now I have to look at my watch. 20. At 2:40. That we meet again at 2:40. Thank you very much for
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, jetzt tun Sie natürlich genau das, wozu der Kongress im Grunde genommen gedacht ist, nämlich sind im Austausch und unterhalten sich. Das ist ganz hervorragend. Wie ich vorhin schon sagte, nehmen Sie einfach Ihren Gesprächspartner mit, kommen Sie rein, denn wir starten in die nächste und letzte Runde. Nehmen Sie den Kaffee mit, nehmen Sie auch.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the last stage. So bring your copy, bring your coffee, bring your cake, and we'll be back. We're starting in a moment, so please come and join us here in the glass box.
Meine Damen und Herren, die Musik ist aus.
Ladies and gentlemen, the music's off. So we'd like to start again. So the stage is more or less empty. So I think we can start again in just a few moments. So Mr. Vogel talking to Mr. Ernst. So I'm sure they will be joining us in just a moment, as quickly as they can. So excellent. So we have the opportunity now to talk about this afternoon is going to be international. We're going to be continental. So our partner country this year is India. And so it's a joy. We're delighted to Jivalan Sharma, so from Maya and Vidana, who's going to speak to us. So if you need any interpretation, then we have interpretation available to you. You can pick up your receiver, but of course you can listen to the presentation in the original language. So we're going to talk at the end how you can break into the market in India. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sharma.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'm audible perfectly? Yes or no?
Yes, very good.
Okay, so I come from India. My name is Vipulan Sharma. It's quite a typical Indian name. But I would like to start with one question. And that question is, do you know what was the GDP growth rate of India in the Q1 of this year? Anybody has any random idea? It was 13.5%. 13.5% in the Q1 of this year. And even we Indians, when we heard about it, we got amazed. I mean, this is like many things are happening in the world in different parts, and India is growing at 13.5%. That's incredible. And when we got to know that most of the foreign companies who are in India, they are also doing a good business in such turbulent times, because demand is something which never ever finishes or completes in India. It's always there because we have got so many people. Now the point is, I'm not going to talk about the numbers or the facts. I'm going to talk about what those numbers and facts mean for you as a foreign business. What they translates into for you as a foreign business. So my topic is achieving business success in India, and this is quite relevant and important because almost all the foreign companies we talk to, their question is, India is a big market. It's quite complex. And we think there's a huge demand, but how can we sell? So the first question comes in is to determine the addressable size market for you. Not everyone is your customer in India. Who is your customer? That's a question you have to get an answer to get started, even with thinking about India. I know that some of the companies who are here, they're already doing business in India. They're doing pretty well. And some are those who had done business in India, then they ramped up for some reasons. And yes, many would like to start doing business in India. And I hope I'm not too fast. Am I too fast, or it is understandable? Okay, fine. So this is about Maya Vidorno. Maya Vidorno is a German consulting firm who was established like 2 decades ago in India by a German who had lived in India for over 2 decades. So he's like half German and half Indian, and we are 200 people in India and 600 globally. And what we have done so far are those numbers. We have helped almost 1,500 international companies who had India in their mind. We have helped them in some way or the other. We did market assessment. We did strategy making. We helped them set up a subsidiary. We also helped them expand in India and nearby countries. And these figures actually also tells one thing, that if you get the right idea or you get the right strategy to sell in India, it doesn't matter whether you are a big company like Volkswagen or BMW or Audi, but you can also sell if you get the right idea, the right strategy. And to get that actually sometimes take time of like 4 or 5 years, or maybe more. Moving to the next, these are the services which we provide. We strategize, we expand, we set up, and then we help companies invest further in their growth. And now this is the main topic, which is understanding how to achieve business success in India. So I'm going to take a reference of auto component industry. So I will say my timer is not on. Then if I cross 10 minutes, please don't tell me. So I will take example of auto component industry, and this industry has something, by the way, this is the only slide which has some facts. So in 2009, it was just $24 billion in terms of turnover. And then as per the latest data, it has become $56.5 billion in terms of turnover. Now I'm talking only about the auto component industry, right? Because that's where a lot of SMEs, global SMEs, would like to get into, would like to try their luck or venture out. And this is something which is quite significant in terms of what we think, what government thinks in India. This target comes from the automotive mission plan. Put it simply, this is basically the expectation of the government. And every 5-year or 10-year, they create these kind of plans. Now, the most important thing is a lot of industrialists, a lot of businesses, especially Indians, and people who are office bearers of chambers of commerce in India, especially which are related to automotive, even they are quite optimistic with this target. Why? Because in the last 1 year or 2 years, India has witnessed a growth which is over 15% in automotive component industry. So they think that although it will not be achievable, but industry as a whole will get closer to this. So now this figure is not your market size in India. If you want to start selling in India or you are already selling in India, you would know this, that your addressable market could be, you know, maybe 10% of this, 20% of this, or maybe 50% of this. It depends on your product, it depends upon your solution, right? And that's a question which will set the stage for the next one. Now, where is this growth happening? Which are the areas? As I said, that not everyone is your customer in India. In the same way, not every area is a potential area to set up your factory, set up your operations, or even sell. These few states which we have highlighted, and you would also see some very big names, even from Germany, who have been doing very good business in India for quite many years. Some are from France, some are from America, some are from Switzerland and Sweden. And you will notice that almost the Western India and the Southern India is the area where most of the industrial activities are happening, especially in case of automotive industry. The reason being is, southern states like Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, they house cities like Chennai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, right? And these cities are very advanced in technology, and they are very, adaptive as far as foreign technology or foreign businesses are concerned. And Bangalore, by the way, is also called Silicon Valley of India because a lot of IT industries are there. And then Mumbai, and when you go upwards to our other states, you would only see Delhi NCR. And Delhi NCR is a small region which has like few cities from nearby states which are also growing. So these are the areas where these companies have actually established and have been selling. Now, who owns the Indian automotive component industry? Now, this is a very interesting picture. What this picture is telling you? This picture is telling you that the majority of India's automotive component industry's success has been dependent on this one fact, that Indian companies partnered with foreign companies for design, for technology, for know-how, and based on that, they ramped up their productions. And this has been true even with the big firms. Many of you must be knowing about Maruti Suzuki. It is the #1 passenger car selling brand in India. They also did joint venture with Suzuki. You might be aware of Hero Honda. Hero is two-wheeler motorcycle selling company in India who did joint venture with Honda sometime back, and then they got separated. So the success of India's automotive component industry is this. And if you look at the market revenue, you would see that foreign companies who tried to venture out on their own, they also found very good success. Why? Because they had the technology, they just needed a small, manufacturing partner, or they set up their own company, and their product actually sold very quickly. Indian companies lack in terms of technology. They lack in terms of design. And I can tell you from my personal experience, while growing up in India, I heard a lot about German technology, German quality. I grew up hearing about BMW, Audi, Volkswagen. Most of these cars are luxury cars in India, high-end cars. None of their single model, except Volkswagen's few models, sell in the economy range. They're all luxury cars in India. And why? What is the reason? The reason is the technology they offer, the comfort they offer, the quality of product they offer, and overall the cost of ownership these cars offer is pretty good for those people who can afford that in India. And Maruti built its fortune by selling economy car, right? It's like approximately the car comes in for like 7,000, 8,000 euros. It starts from there, and then it goes higher and higher, but never reaches to that luxury segment. And that's a very important message, that if you want to sell to India, you can start on your own, like foreign companies who own 21% share in the revenue of automotive component industry. Or you can do a JV. But you don't have to worry about the Indian companies. They don't compete with you. Right now, there are very few companies who are bringing up very exciting products. I'm not saying that every Indian company doesn't, no Indian company has anything phenomenal. Yes, they do have, especially when it is about software, about digital technology, which goes into the car, its electronic system. There are some companies who are coming up very quickly, and yeah, they have, they are kind of unicorns who are coming in this area. So, moving to the last, so how this market has grown. I just told you that a strategic partnership, which is JVs or manufacturing partner in most of the cases, and the localization of production, that was very important. And, all the companies I've spoken to, foreign companies in my career, I always get to hear this, that we are, a European company, we anyway have a high-end technology, and if we start selling a product, by the time it will reach to India, it will be out of the competition because of the freight and the duties. Now, the solution for this is, of course, production and localization. And automotive companies, because they had this capital-intensive products, they had to localize, and they did, and they succeeded. And the third one is, there are certain areas in which Indian industry always had a strength. And that was like, suspension parts, axles, forging and casting products, which are basically, big, heavy raw materials, not the fine technology items. And many companies who design their value chains based on the strength of local companies, they actually increase their margins. They actually increase their profits. And you look at this picture, now, can somebody tell me that what this picture is showing? Now, this picture shows that India is growing in every direction, right? Not in terms of GDP, but also in other terms. I don't know the name. Yeah, but this picture also shows one important thing, and that is demand. There's a huge demand for vehicles, whether it is passenger cars or heavy vehicles or two-wheelers, three-wheelers. And by the way, you study any electric vehicle study which is based on India, you would be surprised that the market for two-wheeler and three-wheeler in EV segment is even bigger than passenger cars and heavy commercial vehicles. There are a lot of auto rickshaws, two-wheeler motorbikes, and three-wheeler auto rickshaws, we call them auto in India. And they are huge in number. They're huge. And they are the ones who, before anybody else, they got transferred from petrol to CNG, diesel to CNG. So government always has them in their focus, and that particular segment will grow even quicker than passenger cars and commercial vehicles. And this is the customer base you can see for those kind of vehicles when they talk about public transportation within a city or intercity. So that's very important. Now, how can you do? So I have already talked about all these points, that what you should do is you have to know your market. What is your addressable market size? And this is an exercise I want to tell you is quite complex when it comes to India. It's not easy. Somebody can tell you, okay, market is 50 billion worth of dollars. That's not your market. And if you try to calculate that number, that who's your end customer, how many of them are there, where they are buying from, what they are doing after buying from me, how much margin they are making, you will end up having so many questions. And we do that exercise. We get you the right number, we get you the right insights so that you can understand, okay, fine, this is my opportunity, and this is the path to grab that opportunity. And of course, then comes the operational stuff. So how you structure your company, how you structure your sales, what kind of MOU you sign with a partner in India, the subtleties and the subtleties of the modalities of your agreement will also have some impact on your success in the market, especially in the short term. Because in the long term, you can always adjust with the market, but in the short term, they do have a great impact. And then, of course, administration and bureaucracy, which is something every foreign company is scared of when you think about India. Or, if I need to get a registration or a license, it's going to take me years or ages. So why should I invest my money? It's lying over there. My assets are getting, depreciated there. So that doesn't make sense. And we tell them that you leave them to professionals. They do it in their own way, but they do it, right? If they hadn't been doing it, India wouldn't have been growing, and we are growing. And I want to end my this presentation with one very interesting fact, and that is about technology. So in India, if I want to transfer some money to somebody, I just need his mobile number. Nothing. even if I do not know that person, even if I do not have his account number, even if I do not have his details, if I want to send some money to a person, I just need his mobile number. This is called UPI, Unified Payment Interface, and this is developed by Indian IT companies with support of the government. And when it came, nobody thought that India will have so many digital transactions. Everyone thought that how will people do? I mean, they cannot use their mobile, and the language has to be Hindi or some local language, then they will do blah, 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 and then maybe if the money goes to the wrong person, they will be like scared. But then you look at the number of digital transactions. This graph is going like this, exponential growth. Maybe you can put e to the power 5 or 10. It's an exponential growth. That tells that average Indian customer, average Indian civilian, is well versed of two things. One is technology. They know how to use a phone very well, quite well. And second, their exposure to English language. And that's also an advantage for every global company who's looking to venture into India. And for this reason, you will see a lot of American firms, British firms, Australian firms, Singapore firms. They are also very successful in India because of the same reason. Thank you very much. I hope you like this presentation. Thank you.
Now we are getting to our next topic. I switch to German again. We will go on. I am just for the announcement in German. Maybe the presentation is also in English. Now we are moving to the technological options, innovation and startups. And one of these new opportunities is that of manufacturing. Dr. Bogdan Novkic, CEO of Intec. Please.
See when it turns on. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here today. As you might know, I'm Ukrainian, and unfortunately, I would love to say that there are a lot of business opportunities in Ukraine right now and you should invest. But unfortunately, if you're not in military or hunting business, there are very little opportunities. That's partly the reason why I'm here today. The technology that we were developing and the industry we've been developing in Ukraine is called additive manufacturing. I'm sure you're quite aware because metal additive manufacturing actually came from Germany. But we've developed quite a successful company that was growing, that was expanding, but unfortunately, due to the current situation, we had to relocate. I'll start with the basics. I'm sure many of you might know what technology looks like, but I would like to just cover the basic. Additive manufacturing technologies use a paradigm that allows you to manufacture the material step by step. Rather than subtractive manufacturing, you add material to achieve a final shape, layer by layer, track by track, and it can broadly be divided into 3 general categories, depending on the material that you use. If you use powders, say metallic powder, plastic powder, you can use laser or electron beam to melt those powders together, layer by layer, achieving a final component. You can use a photosensitive photopolymeric resin, where you would use a curing station that would polymerize a resin into the final component. Or there's more traditional, more well-known technologies that use a wire, rod, or a filament that would melt it and deposit in required locations to get the final shape. Something similar to multi-pass welding technologies using rods. But this paradigm of this new technologies, it allows some new breakthroughs and some new opportunities into traditional manufacturing. Like, first of all, it's rapid prototyping. That's how the technology actually started. If we look at the sequence, which usually happens in every company to bring a new product into market, it all starts with an idea, then a prototype, then prototype refinement, and then industrialization and bringing the product to the market by serial production. And at this stage, that's where additive manufacturing can excel. The process of refinement of your prototype, the process of manufacturing your prototype is much, much easier using additive technologies than subtractive technology, especially because you don't need to produce tooling to make your first prototype, and you don't waste a lot of money, a lot of time. And as a result, it gives you a reduction in manufacturing cycle and increased product turnaround. Therefore, if you increase this process, you can increase the output of new products within the specific industry. Obviously, you can also, if you move one step forward, you can reduce the cost for small batch manufacturing. Might not be a case for everybody. Mass manufacturing is the way to go, yes, but there's always a niche in the market just before we go mass scale, where tooling is too expensive to produce, let's say, 100, 200, 500 pieces. And that's where you can mass manufacture using additive technologies. One of the key things that also this technology allows is the complex of the geometry. You can make very intricate shapes and very unique shapes, and you can print them all at once in the same batch. So if you have 15 clients, or everybody wants something unique, something complex, you can print it all in once, and you can install it in your final product. And as one of the topics that were touched here today is waste, is CO2 management. This process is kind of efficient, as you would use approximately 90 to 95% of your raw material in your final product, removing the waste, because all the powder that was not used in manufacturing this product will get reused in the next cycle. And the technology is quite versatile in circumstances of fast-changing markets. I wouldn't say you can switch from making car wheels into making dental implants, but it's possible using these technologies. So the same machine, and probably almost the same material sometimes, can be used to manufacture piping systems, can be used to manufacture dental implants, or thrust chamber for a rocket engine. Yeah. And obviously, if you integrate all of the things together, you can dramatically increase the efficiency of the products that you make. By integrating several components of a large assembly into one single piece, you can eliminate manufacturing stages and reduce the error during the manufacturing process, achieving very complex shapes in one piece with a very high probability of success. And recent analysis of the market actually showed that there are a lot of parts within the car structure that can benefit from using additive technologies. I have some of them on the table. I will come back to them later, but if you want to pass them around to have a look of what the technology is capable of, please feel free. Talking about ourselves, as I said, we're a Ukrainian company. We started 2017 in Dnipro. We started as a manufacturer of metal 3D printing equipment, but then after some time we realized that the biggest market is not just making and selling machines, but actually selling the service, because we have the knowledge of how to implement this technology into the manufacturing cycle. And because we make the machines, we can adapt them to the client's specific needs. Therefore, after some iterations, we had some more machine design iterations. We opened up new locations within Ukraine, in Kiev, in Odessa, to provide these services to Ukrainian companies. And I think by the end of 2021, we had around 120 different Ukrainian high-tech companies using our services or implementing their technologies into the manufacturing process. Primarily in aerospace, where we had a few cases of automotive manufacturers as well for manufacturing of tooling, inserts, for injection molding. But unfortunately, as you might know, 2022 war struck, and we are now relocated to Poland. And that's primarily is the reason why I'm here today, to reach out to see what's the market like in Germany, if anybody wants to cooperate. In terms of what we do, as I briefly mentioned before, we are an end-to-end solution provider. We make CAD design, adaptation of components to metal 3D printing. We do reverse engineering. For instance, we had a lot of cases when technical documentation for a specific product has been long lost, or in Soviet Union somewhere, or in the territory you can access. And you need to reproduce the products. Therefore, in these instances, we can reverse engineer any component, because we have a good internal lab collaboration with the educational facilities that can check the material, what the material is made of, what's the composition, and we can replicate it in full. But also we can adapt the components to be as lightweight as possible, as strong as possible, as adaptive to the specific conditions of use as possible. In terms of that, we have an internal material testing lab facility that does alloy design. So we don't just adapt the 3D model, but we can create a material specific for the task required, where we would also verify that all the mechanical properties or the chemical properties are met according to the specification. And as I said before, we also OEM manufacturer of metal 3D printers. So we can install the full solution at your facility. We can take your hand, introduce you to metal 3D printing, to plastic 3D printing, walk you the way from the first prototype down to potentially, hopefully, serial manufacturing using additive technologies, and install that facility at your location. That's just a few examples of how the process looks like of 3D scanning. I wanted to include a bigger one, but unfortunately that was under NDA, so please see the architectural part being scanned instead of automotive. But the process here is the topology optimization or lightweighting, where we would induce loads in a finite element analysis scenario to tell what loads the part experiences during exploitation, and then the software subsequently removes the material from the locations which are not loaded. And at the end, we receive very optimized, very lightweight structure, depending on the use case. Obviously, it's not versatile as the initial big bracket there, but for the case that it's going to be used for, that's the optimal shape. In terms of manufacturing new materials and designing new materials, that we can do as well. We have an in-house atomizer that can produce metal powders to be then printed on our equipment. Equipment itself, 2 machines and supplementary equipment. I think Germany has about 5 different manufacturers, but they're not as versatile as us. The actual process, so the laser scans the 2D section of the component, melting the powder, achieving a final component. But also we are working not just with metals, but also with plastics. And one of the technologies that can allow you to go into mass scale manufacturing with complex shapes is probably DLP technology, digital light photopolymization. So it uses photosensitive resin and LCD screen to cure the full layer of parts at the same time. Then if the platform raises by, let's say, 100 microns, then the process repeats. But this allows you to make mass scale products. Maybe not the same cost in the long run for 100,000 pieces, but let's say 2,000, 3,000, this is going to be much cheaper. You don't need any tooling for this. And also we work with FDM technologies. So in case you want a big prototype for the car bumper, for internal lining, we can do that as well. As I said, we have an internal facility to verify that everything that we say is true, and all the mechanical properties that we say your part is going to have, it actually has. So we had, to be fair, we had an accredited laboratory, but unfortunately now it's closed. But now we are relocated to Poland, and we are collaborating with Polish universities to re-establish those connections. And in terms of our experience in automotive, there are plenty of different materials that you can use for different parts of the car, different components, including aluminum alloys. So this is an example of a power cap that we built for a custom shop. You can see the internal inbuilt dimples, structural ribbing, and all embedded into one single piece. So traditionally it would take a very long time to make such a piece. Chevron gear with both outside and inside, very hard to machine. And also made with a very strong material called Inconel 718, traditionally used in aerospace engines. Piping systems, thick section, traditionally very hard to bend, but here you print the single piece, you don't need to weld them together. Or radiators with dual function. Let's say you want it to be both a structural load-bearing part and also a cooling system. So here, this one not only can do that, but also has a dual channel liquid cooling that are not mixable. The grills are inbuilt into the single piece, and also it's made of titanium, so it's very light and very strong. In terms of how reliable are we have over 65 articles in international journals, 2 PhDs, and probably over 30,000 of work for R&D and development of the technology. So we have quite an impact worldwide, and we'll be happy if you could support us, find us a partner, or become our partner. So in that sense, thank you very much. And I hope that you will not think of Ukraine as a country because of which you have an energy crisis, but rather a potential to find a partner in a market where there are a lot of startups and big companies like this with innovative solutions that can bring economical benefit for all the countries in the European Union. So thank you.
Mr. Dovke, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was 3D printing what it can make possible under such difficult conditions. Thank you very much. Are there questions to?
Wir würden gerne weitermachen, und zwar
We'll go on and we'll stay in this area of materials and the possibilities. Herr Lesch, yes. So, so now we're talking about heating, cooling, climate control, so new solutions. Mr. Lesch, welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me to show my work here. Some of the things are not so well known. I'm Mirko Lesch. I'm Senior Vice President of IAV. So I've been there for 2008, always working with powertrains. And these topics are talking about the powertrains. So my presentation today, I want to say a couple of words about IAV. Maybe you don't all know it, what we do. So I could say quite a lot about transformations, what we've reconstructed, but I don't want to do that. I think we've heard quite a lot about that already today. Our transformation process we've been undergoing it for the last 10 years. So e-mobility, alternative fuels, hydrogen cells, etc. And in the last 2 years, it's become even more dynamic. We've undergone a transformation program. It's almost complete. We've transformed personnel into new areas. So a few words about IAV. It's a major manufacturer in automobile development here in Germany. It's an automotive company. We have 95% with automotive development. We have 23 locations worldwide, 7,600 employees. 1983, we were founded in West Berlin, and 64 of most of our employees are people with graduates. So we're a tech company, and we're at home around the world, as you can see here. So it looks here as if we are all around the world. That's true. We have a lot of sales offices. We've got a flourishing international business. Post-corona, we've got to catch up a lot. We've lost quite a lot of business with our relations because we couldn't go to see our customers, our clients. We're a German company. So, and the majority of our turnover is here in Germany. We have clients in OEM field, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, so the whole range in the automotive industry. So we're here in Saxony, not far from here. We have a location in Stolberg. So then we have another location in Chemnitz, about Stolberg. We focus on powertrain, e-traction development center. In Chemnitz, the focus is more on software, and also in Dresden. And we have around 1,000 employees here in Saxony in development. So at the beginning of the year, we went through a restructuring. So we sharpened our profiles. We split us into 4 areas: software systems, connectivity. Second field, vehicle solutions and autonomous driving. The third field is future powertrain. That's in the DNA of IAV. It's around about 50% of our employees are employed in that field. And then on the right, solutions and products. And this is a new field. We put our technology know-how into new industries. So we're thinking about going into energy, agricultural, engineering, and we're selling our own products in those fields now. So this morning we're talking about e-powertrains are costing jobs. We had a question this morning. So the OEMs, are they bringing it back on in-house? We had PowerCo, the battery factory. And as far as we're concerned, we see the OEMs are bringing their value chains back into in-house. And that's why I want to talk about heating, cooling and climatization, because it's a chance, it's an opportunity, particularly for medium-sized companies. So we talk about thermal management. Thermal management is the active control of heat flows within the vehicle. So the target here, as you can read, is optimal powertrain temperatures in terms of performance, efficiency, emissions, total cost of ownership, including, so what we're talking about is also the cabin temperature inside, so where we all feel comfortable. That's a huge change, particularly with these new drivetrains, these new powertrains. So for us, the situation is that the thermal management, we want to look at it holistically. It has to be engineered holistically. So we can only bring, if we look at the ICE, we've got enough thermal output, you know, the efficiency level. So we've always had enough energy available to warm the culture. So sometimes we had too much. Actually, we had to have a cooling system. But now we're getting into the system of thermal management. And thermal management is with the new powertrains. I'm talking about BEVs, passenger cars, trucks, also hydrogen cells. So the commercial vehicles want to push hydrogen-powered vehicles. Thermal management is involved in is related to almost every component in the vehicle. There's an interaction with thermal management. On the right, you can see the main blocks, the powertrain, the combustion engine, the e-machine, the fuel cell, transmission. They need temperature control, cabin, interior, energy storage systems, the tank, the high voltage battery systems, the chargers related to the battery, the thermal storage in e-vehicles. We've relatively lost very little heat generation, but we want to use it and keep it in a certain area, but you need to store the image. So we're seeing those systems, and there's a lot of research going into that. And then the whole electronics. So we need cooling here, sometimes pre-warming, so high-performance computers, the control units, and the cables and the wires. I'm going to jump that slide. So the development process, it's relatively complex nowadays. So perhaps you know this if you've engineering from concept to series. So on the left-hand side, you've got components, demands, requirements for the whole system or for the components. So then have a first concept for the whole cooling system, simulate it, you test it, then you have a concept, and then you have the various serial production. You probably know that from your own companies. Components, if you want to make productionize them, that's a long process, a long path. before you can finally go into production. Yeah. In the overall simulation, it's relatively complex to recognize the value added in each component, because you have to look at the whole system. You can't, it's very difficult to cut out one individual component and look at the value added. You often have to very complex simulations to understand the thermal management and to then to be able to optimize your product on the basis of that. So we generally come from the component level here on the bottom. So we've got many impacts from electromagnetic, thermal warming, then finally thermal simulation in the individual components, which has an effect on the structural mechanics. Then we go up a level into the subsystem level. So we're off here now, so 1D or 0D simulation. And then one level, then we're on the vehicle level, the system level, and then it's about looking at the overall system with the vehicle driving process, the profile. So what we hear is the vehicle often knows where the vehicle wants to go. So the paths, tracks that you already know, the vehicle knows it. So for example, it knows that you go to a charging point and you want to charge and drink a coffee, then you need best or optimally you need a cold battery, cold charging system to be able to charge quickly, because the problem with charging is that the battery heats up and then that reduces the charging energy, and the predictive systems can be used there to combat that problem. The thermal management has to be looked at as a whole. So as IAV, in our development processes, we also have a test infrastructure for cold chambers for the whole vehicle on the left at the bottom, height and climate changes. We can endurance test summer and the winter, etc. Here is a concrete example so that we can see it in physical terms, in concrete terms. So I would like to focus on the three vehicles in the middle. So on the right, this is an ICE machine. So it's a hydrogen H2, you can see, and in the middle an electric vehicle, and on the third a fuel cell. So there's an electrical component in it as well. On the picture here we see the challenges for these vehicles. On the left, in the fuel cell vehicle, it's the waste heat at a high load is the challenge. So the fuel cell with 10 kW, so it has a higher efficiency, but we have a problem. We can't get the process heat out. With ICE, with the ICEs, you were able to get rid of it much more easily. With the fuel cell, it's much more difficult to get the heat out, and a lot of energy remains in the system. At the moment, they have extremely large radiators, high performance ventilator fans. So the fuel cell has to be lower temperature than an ICE, so therefore the heat exchange has to be much more effective. And then we have water management, so not just what comes out of the back, but also humidization, dehumidifying, and then the center, the cell has to be in a certain Goldilocks field, otherwise it ages very, very quickly. From the fuel cell ages considerably, and battery has to remain in a certain temperature. In the center, we have the battery electric vehicle. We have aging, here's a problem, the high power charging, which I mentioned earlier. And we also have relatively little waste heat. So we need to keep it within the vehicle or reuse it. And on the right, the internet ICE, so the efficiency, cold start processor, we've heard about that a lot today. These are the challenges, not only in the conventional ICE, but also with hydrogen combustion engines. So on this slide, I've put together a few, the major groups of these, what we see in these powertrains, and you see the complexity. The complexity increases enormously from ICE, it's a relatively simple system, through towards a battery vehicle. Fuel cells, another jump upwards in terms of complexity. So more theoretically, what I can show you here is the temperatures, cooling or heating temperatures. So you can see they're not on the same level. So we've got different systems, different circulation, different circuits. We also we also have to deal with volumes, depending on the operating range that we're in. These systems have to work together. On this image, you can see a very simplified of a thermal management system in a vehicle. So a fuel cell vehicle, it's very simplified because it's reduced to the thermal management components. We have interactions in the electrical systems, we have interaction in the batteries and in other components. That also plays a role. And on the right-hand side, a few examples of the links, the circuits. So the fuel cell stack, always has its own circuit, and it can be coupled with the cabin, with the interior, coupled with the battery. So it has a e-heating circuit, and so you can go through it and declare. So different circuits have to be linked together differently. So now we've seen there's a high degree of complexity, not only electrical but also in the fuel cell vehicles. So with BEVs, we're already on the market. As far as developments go, we can see a little bit where direction we're going, and we see a number of new platforms. We can see the need for development, new components in terms of adaptation, improvements in efficiency. And there are also challenges or ideas where we don't have any solutions for them. So I've got two examples here. So which are not in serious production, but we're researching them at the moment. The first example is the fuel cell electric vehicle. We need low temperatures. We need a lot of ventilation, a lot of heat exchangers. How can we reduce that? Well, we put a new circuit in relatively close to the fuel circle. That gives us a new energy. So we need. And this new energy level, we need less ventilation, we need smaller heat exchangers. The system is adapted. You might know this from Formula One phase cooling system before. So from liquid to gas, it increases, the energy reception is much higher. We're currently working on that we're working on it for a German manufacturer and for a Chinese manufacturer. And what we can see is that we can see the possibility to put that into FCEV. It has a lot of effect for the aerodynamic components, but we need less space for thermal exchange, for dealing with the thermal management. And the second example is to do with battery aging or charge speed. We have at the moment battery groups or modules which have a system, so a cooling system above and a cooling below, and in between there's a lot of space where where the battery heats up considerably. Sometimes the temperature sensor on the outside it's cold, but in the center it's almost overheating. That's bad for the battery, bad for the aging, it's bad for the charging times. So here we need new technology, new approaches to put the cooling plates between the modules. And that's what engineers are inventive, how we can do that. We can integrate it very well, but we have to be able to do it at a certain price, because the market, a price that the market is prepared to pay. All of the technologies that we have, and Germany is well known for its inventiveness and its innovation, but we have to make sure the customer is able and prepared to pay the price. And there's another area, another series of ideas and topics that we are looking at. They're working with suppliers in Europe, but also internationally. So phase change cooling, we're working on it with electric engineers for high performance e-machine. So heat exchanger. So we talked about 3D just a moment ago. So a heat exchanger has a certain loss of pressure. Loss of pressure means that we have to use energy to push the fluid through it. But with the right structures, you can compensate or reduce this pressure loss. Then we have heat storage, which we're looking at the moment. So that's unfortunately is not in Germany. We're working with an English company on that. So you can perhaps imagine, hand warmer with phase change heating. It can heat up relatively quickly. So when we start our vehicle in the morning, start the motoring, and the battery warms up quickly with this heat storage, which can keep the heat in the vehicle for a relatively long time. And then we have interior heating and climate control. We're working with OEMs in this field. So AI driven. So we're trying to reduce waste of energy. So what's the right temperature? Do we have to demist or de-ice the windows? So with it, we use an intelligent control, and with surface heating. So with electrical vehicles, then they will have to use surface heating. On the bottom right, we're working with currently a relatively large supplier, a company that's not known in Europe, these thermal management modules. I said before, we've got a lot of circuits that we're working with, and these thermal management modules are particularly interesting for tier 1 manufacturers. German companies are looking into that and have come up with their own management modules, and we think it will go on down that path. And then on the left at the bottom, an idea approach. I talked about our laboratory in Stolberg. We have a component integration test bench for e-traction. So maybe a few of you have explained. So there's sometimes faults with Monsieur. These structures that we have in these e-vehicles is extremely challenging. And then before we want to build them we build a test bench before we mount these into a vehicle. So where we test all of the products from the machine, from the battery to the components to the motor, and we test all of the functions. And that's what we're going to be doing in this thermo lab as well, before we can put these systems into the vehicles. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope I was able to give you some ideas, that we have to develop ideas. We've got a demand for components besides lift the left and right of the major components that perhaps the Dr. Leach, thank you very much for this presentation. So it's perhaps something that we're not aware of the complexity, I'm just going to look if there's a question. Yes, there's a question. Yes, I'll bring the microphone. So I don't know if you can answer, why are there no fuel cells above 20 kV? Is it because you can't get the waste heat out? With the trucks you have 120, they put them together, they link them together. I can't answer the question 100%, but in a truck, there's a constant performance that we have to have available, and that means a certain modularization. If it's in a long distance truck or a local truck, we don't always need the 500 brake horsepower. We sometimes need lower constant performance. So 2 times 110 kW or 3 times 110 kW kilowatts. So we don't have to go beyond that. And the other aspect is the modularization. So if you have a large fuel cell, then you have one case, and that's when you use it in a truck. So with this very, very small number of fuel cell vehicle trucks, all of the fuel cell vehicle manufacturers at the moment is that they don't have the numbers, that they're trying to ramp the numbers up. So I think you probably all know them. They want to try to pull their fuel cells to other companies, to BMWs, in order to be able to produce the numbers that they want to. It's not a lucrative business right now. This is one of the main points, apart from the thermal capacity that you mentioned. So thank you, Dr. Lisch.
Now we go on and come to ISI. And I welcome Mr. Wenz, who will tell us a little bit about the materials and their chemical composition. He is a director of customer quality programs. Thank you very much for the introduction. This sounds very technical, what you see here, but it's more a commercial one, not so technical. When you look at modern vehicles, the wheel systems, they live on the fact that they get a lot of information from the environment, and various sensors are used, camera sensors, radar sensors, or parking sensors. These are the classical components that are always there. A vehicle which can drive with autonomy level 2 has 3 cameras, 5 radar sensors, and the specific thing is that 100 to 150 decentralized computing units are there. A lot of data material is being produced, but often the data do not talk to each other and with the various interfaces to achieve a good solution. This is just level 2 story. With level 3, it looks as follows. You have further systems, LiDAR systems, the number of cameras rises, and also the radar sensors, but the specific thing here is we have 1 to 2 central computing units, centralized computers, and we can really talk about high performance computers on wheels and no longer a vehicle. Why is it important? The driver assistance system are not only meant to relieve the driver that he doesn't operate so many levers, but they should also increase safety. So data that are captured by the sensors must be processed, so the data goes through various data lines, and the decision has to be made. Emergency braking, for instance. That is to say, measuring at the sensors, the generating of data is one thing, but the processing and the drive in action from this is another thing. So the data flow has to be uninterrupted and must be very fast. If an OEM is designing vehicles, they want to keep costs as low as possible. They want to have increased performance, and design must be adjustable to the various vehicle types. And of course, they also want to have improvements. Why are improvements necessary? And now we come to the commercial side. What you see here are the accruals that OEMs have formed to meet guarantee requirements from customers. So they put money aside between 2019 and 2020. You can see that the amounts in 2020 even rose and were not reduced. And there's a reason why this is the case. When you look at this in 2019, around $540 per vehicles were put into provisions, accruals for guarantee service. And here you can see the percentage that they formed in 2019 and in 2020, and you see that the number has increased. And the question is, why is this the case? We have an analysis by Stout that shows actually recall campaigns. They were due to electronic components. When you find something like this in the media, that such a recall action was started, you say, well, it's a software that didn't work. But you can see the gray line, and the gray line shows the share of comes from the hardware that has to be blamed for this failure, and this is more than 40%. So the best software cannot work if the hardware fails. That's why the hardware should not be neglected. You have to be very exact in defining the failure. The difference when I had a day of relaxation and a day of stress is just a few more cents that you have to spend in some areas. And the main problem is that if you want to spend more money, people do not say, often say, we haven't got it in our budget. How are costs distributed? One level 2 vehicle costs around $47,000. 30% are accounted for by electronics. These are around $14,000. Out of them, 20% are ADAS systems. These are $2,800. And we supply materials to establish stable connections, like bonding materials and special chemicals for surface refinement, and these are $15. When we talk of percentage price increases, then we are talking about price increases related to $15 per vehicles. The word peanuts has already been used. I would like to quote this again. Now let's look at the trends when we're talking about electronics. The reliability has to be increased because with recall campaigns and you also have field failures of electronics, and there's a need for action. And sometimes the miniaturization is increased if you have many components in a small space, and often you have they have their own substrates that are unique, but that must be able to be subjected to further processing. Reliability, the biggest enemy to electronic components are temperature and vibrations, and both can lead to a situation that soldering points and connections fail and cannot stand the stress anymore. With miniaturization, we have a situation that more and more functions have to be distributed in the same space. You see the blue points here from center to center. We have a distance of 1 millimeter, and with the orange ones it's just 0.4. And each point, of course, is one connection which has to work. Now, when you look at the specific substrates, often metallization has to be carried out to achieve electric conductivity, to generate shielding. via an integrated antenna. This has to be built, an aerial. And then this is something that you do with the substrates. And you cannot use an optimum substrate for coating. You have, because there are certain mechanical requirements that have to be met. Now let's look at once more at temperature and mechanical stress. As I said already, the problem is if you have too high temperatures or too much vibration, and both of this can happen a lot in a vehicle, then it leads to cracks. Cracks means material fatigue, and this is to say that data flow is interrupted. And what does it mean? Then the components will not work anymore, and the systems can fail. The same happens also with regard to heat dissipation. Many electronic components generate heat themselves because more electrical impulses have to be passed through in a narrow space, and this heat has to be dissipated, so cooling is essential after all. And no matter whether you have a vibration damage or a temperature damage, both will lead to a situation that data transmission is interrupted and the functionality of a vehicle is no longer given, and you have a real safety aspect. In a vehicle, we have three essential milestones in a vehicle life. One is when the vehicle is handed over and the driver starts to drive, everything has to work properly. The second is the end of the warranty period, because within the warranty period, the OEM has to pay for it if any damage occurs. Depending on the manufacturer, it's between 3 and 8 years of warranty. And then we also have the end of the leasing time. Many vehicles that are put into the markets are company cars that are leased, and at the end of the leasing time, you must have a good vehicle, otherwise the value loss is too big, and this has something to do with the reputation of the OEMs that will be a danger. Now, when the mistakes or failures occur, this can only be answered by the OEMs. I do not want to evaluate this. Due to the recall actions, we know that they exist, failures occur, and an improvement potential is given. Here one small examples. When you have such a radar sensor, it costs around $50, and for less than 1% additional costs related to the sensor, you can increase the life expectancy by around 40%, depending on the point of time when such a component may fail. With little costs, I can here bridge the warranty period. With the domain control units, these are the central computers. They cost 15 times $50, around $750. With a small 1% increase of money, you can increase heat dissipation, so the failure rate or the failure risk can be reduced. So this is a table which shows by way of example how little extra effort we would need to ensure increased life. Now when you look at additional costs, everyone thinks, oh no, it's not possible. But really you have to look at an overall cost and at failures, and these are always other cost centers. So a lot of conviction will be necessary, because the best means to save money is also to spend money. Some people know this, certainly, this quotation by John Ruskin, who said, actually, it forbids you to spend too little for something. If you spend too much, you may lose some money, but if you spend too little, you may lose your entire business. Now, this is essentially the message I wanted to put across. We, finally, some words about our company. We work in the area of surface technology and assembly aids, such as sintering materials and so on. And we are active on a worldwide basis. We have employees worldwide that are specialized in certain areas, electric vehicles, autonomous driving, materials, displays, and also the topic of lightweight. If you have any questions with regard to this, you can contact me. Thank you very much. Mr. Vance, thank you very much for this insight that spending a little money can yield a lot. Thank you very much for this. Are there any questions? I cannot see anybody, maybe afterwards. Thank you very much. And with this, we are coming closing to the end, but also the future. Now we, at the end, there will be so a lot of technical questions, a lot of content, a lot of problems, and a lot of crises. But in the end, we are here. That's why we find cars very good. Now we are having a startup from Zwickau. Let's say we take a car that causes high emotions. And it was launched. It was not so great. It was the Lorium DMC-12, a strange vehicle. Everyone knows it from the film Back to the Future, built into the V6, 2.8 meters with 132 horsepower. This car was strange, and then was the film, and everything was good. And today they are much sought after, and they are really striking appearance. And they are a lot of provided advertising for the industry, and something with which you can show your company and what it actually can do. That vehicle, or whatever you can produce energy and hydrogen peroxide. And I welcome Max Michael and Ronny Grunert. Or maybe only one person is here, and you explain to us how it can work out.
Thank you very much. So there was a little bit of misunderstanding. I'm afraid my colleague, Mr. Bazan, he can't be here, I'm afraid. He's at Porsche in Leipzig. And so I'm going to jump in and do the presentation. So you can see from startup to global player. So it's perhaps a little bit arrogant maybe, but we are aiming high, and we have a technology which we are convinced that it can establish itself on the global market. So I'd just like to present us as a team. So this is me, Max Michael, you can see me, Lukas Bazan. So this is our second CEO, and Rocco Bazan is our commercial director. Lukas Bazan is a graduate automotive engineer, and there's Dr. Ronny Grunert, who's here with us today, who's our company secretary and helps us to find investors. And then, of course, there are a few other people in the background supporting us. So I'm afraid I can't name them all. There's a lot of them. So our idea is to a emissions-free drive system, and to use existing infrastructure. So it's not just only a fuel station, because the fuel station is already there, but to use also the pumps as well, and to use them in the same way, so which you can't do with pure hydrogen. So, and that means we want to combine the advantages of the ICE and the e-mobility, e-technology, because we can tank e-fuels just as quickly as a regular system, but we have a relatively simple system that's relatively simple to manufacture, and it's relatively emissions free. So this concept is a turbine. So this is a six-stage steam turbine. More on that in just a moment. So it's driven by hydrogen peroxide. It has 80% concentration, so it's very highly concentrated. But the most important thing here is that it's stabilized. We are taking the danger away from in the transport process and in the other operations. Otherwise, hydrogen peroxide is very reactive, and we want to stop that. And so we have a partner, Evonik, which supports us in our attempts to do that, so that we can help, that they will help us to produce this infrastructure onto the market. This drive power system can be scaled from a chainsaw all the way through to an aeroplane or to even to a ship. So now we want to use conventional fuel stations, gas stations. We don't need any oxygen and oxygenation. We can work underwater in a vacuum. So that doesn't mean we should use for submarines, because some people think we could use it. It seems familiar from so the idea is based on systems that have been used in U-boats. But we're not supporters of any kind of military machinery. That's not what we're about. We want to use, we can drive anything which needs to move. And so we have a platform technology that we want to make available. Our prototype is currently being constructed. This is a 3D printed model. So this is a steam turbine, as I say, 6-stage. So it has a standard revs of 20,000 revs per minute and produces around about 100 kW at its maximum power output. So this is currently just been produced in Egglesheim by Geiger. You have minimum tolerance, so in order to be able to achieve the highest efficiency, so thousands of millimeters with CNC production, and it's not easy to produce these kind of with milling. All of the other subsidiary devices, the generator, we need special production, special pieces produced especially because of the high RPM. There are no standardized pieces that we could use. We can't just take off the peg. It have to be manufactured especially for us. Then we thought about what are we going to do with this machine? What are we going to do with the gearbox? Are we going to build a manual gearbox? Are we going to use an automatic gearbox, or maybe even a more modern approach? And what we chose was a hybrid electric powertrain. From the first point, because of the technical applicability, it's much easier to produce to find a generator that can deal with 20,000 RPM. It's more easier to have it manufactured for our purposes, and it's easier to integrate it into a hybrid system compared to trying to find a manual gearbox or an automatic gearbox that would deal with 20,000 RPM. There's enormous challenges which we wouldn't have been able to deal with. We want to say it's not impossible, but for our time at the moment, it's just not sensible to take that approach. We want to, hybrid, that's why a hybrid powertrain is better for our current situation. The manufacturing, we're planning to have our model finished at the end of this year. We're looking, it's realistic, maybe not as we hope to be finished quicker, but it's just not possible. And we want to present our model in our vehicle. This is our test vehicle on the right. So we thought, well, if we're going to use a turbine, then we should use an appropriate car. So we decided to use a DeLorean. So if you know from Zwickau, you might have seen it around. If you see one driving around, it's our vehicle. There aren't many DeLoreans here in Zwickau. So at the moment we're cooperating with Stihl, with Hewlett-Packard, with Solid Pro, with Siemens Energy, a very important partner for us. They're helping us with the test bench for the turbine. And of course with Geiger, I've already mentioned, supported us in a very strong way in our manufacturing. We're also cooperating with the city of Zwickau, so who are giving us, making rooms available for us, helping us to set up our company. The Barzan GmbH is a development partner, and also the CIM, Zentrales Informationsprogramm Mittelstand. They've given us some funding. And of course, the August Horsch Museum, we'd like to thank them very much, because we had our first office there in the holy halls, so to speak, of the August Horsch company, where automotive history was written 100 years ago, and we hope to continue that history. So that was my short, brief presentation of our company, of our next H2O2 Zwickau. So thank you for listening and paying attention. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to help to answer them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Back to the future. So I think there are only 6,000 DeLoreans, so really quite something special. Are there any questions? Hey, Mr. Governor. So, microphone is coming. So, what's the efficiency of your turbine? The turbine or the whole system? The turbine has a calculated efficiency of 87% from the energy, steam to rotation. But we have to say that's in terms of manufacturing, there are inconsistencies and imprecision, and we're now in the stage of measuring this efficiency level. So I can only give you, this is a calculated level, a calculated number, when we can only say what it is in concrete terms later, at a later stage. So, more questions? Yes, one over there. It's fantastically calm here. So, what performance does the machine produce? The machine that we're just building, it's 100 kilowatts constantly. So 20,000 RPM, so goes then to an motor, then to the powertrain. Yes, that's right. That's our plan. So thank you. I think it seems to be very interesting, exciting. So thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. So thank you very much. This at the end of our Congress. So I think there's only one last, Mr. Neubert.
Mr. Neuberg, now it's your turn. As usual, I am always the last one to speak here, to say a few words. I find it great that we ended with a startup company, because this is going to demonstrate to all of us there is a future, and it will be maybe completely different from what we are thinking about at the moment. It was also interesting to listen to Dr. Köhler, this nice slide with the various drive technology and different alternatives. Maybe hydrogen peroxide was not yet included. Maybe he can then complement his slide. This is the end of a 2 days conference, and it's now the 26th conference, Automotive Forum at Zwickau, International Automotive Congress. We also worked on different tracks in terms of the name of the conference. Automotive Forum at Zwickau can be internationalized easier. That's why we are increasingly using this. 2 wonderful days. Yesterday had a more festive character. It was the highlight, 2 prize winner of the August Horsch Prize. They worked in many different areas, but they were worthy recipients of the prize. We found the right persons, and I'm glad that I heard so many positive comments with regard to last night. And this is what we want to achieve, and this is the specific character of our meeting here. Today's specialist conference is also in continuation of last night, has become a little bit political and sometimes a heated debate, but this is also part of it. We discuss a lot in the audience and in the breaks, but also here in the panel. And I think once more think about what Mr. Sharping said, that he said Germany is a strange country. I thought about it, and I thought about this statement by Professor Koch, who said that there's a lot of hysteria in this country. Of course, he's right in this. Germany is a country which is hysterical. Somebody who has been in many different countries, or people who know me know that I lived in England over longer periods of time, in Russia and in Ukraine, and I was active on an international scale. When you come back home, you know, yes, there's a permanent crisis. There's always something. When the new speaker, Mr. Preske, you should know this financial crisis, Fukushima, in particular, Ukraine war, in a permanent state of crisis. And that's why this is a permanent state of hysteria. And this brings me back to, logically, the fact that the English talk about German Angst. We are really, maybe this is a brand name of Germany, that we respond to crises and challenges that are really real and are serious, that we act a little bit hysterical. And The Economist, we recently had a headline, Vorsprung is through panic. This was an interesting headline. You all know this slogan by a really well-known OEM here in Germany. This was converted into a Vorsprung through panic, because hysteria in Germany is also a constructive element of our handling of crisis. Our entire country, we are a vulnerable society, not so resilient. We would like to be resilient, but we are much more vulnerable than we would like to be. But it shows we have such a lot of capacity, so much spirit, so much intelligence, so many competences for solutions, so that we go along this way. Hysteria, maybe in this sense, is perhaps not a bad thing. It's just a German way to respond to crises and to challenges and to find solutions in the end. And despite all hysteria and criticism, I'm confident that we will find a solution, but it must come quickly and it must be effective. And of course, no matter what kind of solution we are looking for, it has at least medium-term demand for peace in Europe. That's what we said. No matter what kind of solution we are looking for, and regulatory aspects or the reduction of prices, this only makes sense if we have a peace in Europe in the medium term, at least, and the stability and a certain status quo and the usual habits. So much as some final thoughts on my side. It's great that we did not stop with the energy crisis, but a startup company. We had India as a partner country. This was a bit short, but I think I'm grateful to Mr. Sharma that he was here today and represented India. Yet, in the program, we originally had more contributions, what you did not see, but you read somewhere in parallel to our conference. There was a B2B forum, a platform, a virtual platform, where exchange is taking place between companies of Germany and India, and companies from both countries were represented there. And Crescendo Worldwide is an Indian company, our portfolio partner. They will certainly tell us something about the exchange and the intensity of it. And maybe there, in several cases, the beginning of a new partnership was announced, as we also saw it in the presentation here. Well, the 26th Congress and this 27th Congress is already in the phase of planning, as it is normal. I would like to give you the date for next year. It will be the 7th and 8th of November of next year, the 27th Congress, no. 27th is a figure which is a bit strange, between the jubilees, but we will make sure, and I can promise you, that it will be an outstanding and interesting Congress, and that it will also be a new topic will certainly be found, which is used for our panel discussions. At the end, I would also like to thank to all of you as participants of this conference. And we also like to thank our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't be able to organize this conference. The Chamber of Industry and of Commerce is financed by membership contributions. And essentially, you will understand that for such big conference, we cannot finance everything from membership contribution. And that's why we have to rely on you as sponsors. And the more successful we are, the more we get the feeling that what we are doing here and what we are wanting here is working out. I would also like to thank the speakers. It was interesting in the panel discussion, participants and our partners. Dirk Vogel represents AMSAN for General Worldwide as our Indian partner, and the Federal Association for External Economy, and our patron, the Free State of Saxony, who, as every year, has supported us a lot, as in every year. And next year, we'll also have our Minister President here. He's actually a great friend of this meeting, Mr. Preska. As great thanks to you as our host, so to speak, as with a lot of spirit and mindfulness and fast assessments and quick words, and this is also very entertaining and nice. And at the end, we should not forget that the entire meeting was prepared by people who worked a whole year on this, not all the time, but very intensively in the past few weeks. And I would like to thank my team, Ms. Foka, who did all this preparatory work. And last but not least, we have still Michael Stopp, who is well known to all of you. At least one of the fathers of this meeting 26 years ago. And since that time, you have helped a lot in this. Although you are no longer employed with our Chamber of Industry or in Commerce, but you are yourself an independent pensioner, self-employed pensioner. But it has become close. It got close to your heart, and that's why you deserve our thankfulness so much about this. And with this, I have come to the end of our meeting. I'm looking forward to the next year, 7th and 8th of November. You are all invited. Mr. Stopp always used to say, if you liked it, then you should tell us to your boss. And if you didn't like it, you tell it to me and tell me give the things that you didn't like. Otherwise, you tell the good things. Mr. Stopp spent so much empathy, so much work in this conference. Thank you very much.
Wie das immer so ist, eins vergisst man, da draußen stehen noch Getränke und eine Brotzeit und Sie können sich gerne die Zeit noch nehmen, um dort im Austausch zu bleiben und mit uns die letzten 2 Tage vielleicht auch noch auszuwerten. Vielen Dank.